the 2016 Safina, Florida Winter Tour. Presented by Fixie Wheels. In partnership with Motorsport.com and Ritmo Mundo.
All right, guys, so we're here at Florida Winter Tour. Heat 1 is just about finished up. I'm standing with Coy Arbor, the brand new team manager at PSL Karting. Coy is a very familiar
The 2016 Safina, Florida Winter Tour. Presented by Fixie Wheels. In partnership with Motorsport.com and Ritmo Mundo. the 2016 Safina, Florida Winter Tour. Presented by Fixie Wheels. In partnership with Motorsport.com and the 2016 Safina, Florida Winter Tour. Presented by Fixie Wheels. In partnership with Motorsport.com and Ritmo Mundo. Live from Ocala, Florida, here's Tony Laporta.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to beautiful Ocala, Florida, and happiest of Valentine's Day to everybody here at Ocala Grand Prix and to all of you watching live at home this beautiful Sunday. Happy Valentine's Day. We hope you're having the loveliest of days. We're going to talk more about Valentine's Day and love and all the things we love about this sport as the day goes on. But first, we got to kick off on heat race number 1 winner, Adam Pettit, aboard the PCR chassis. They come out of turn 3, now entering the switchbacks. Through 4, they set up for the right-hander, turn number 5. It's a long snaking motion. Keeper of Max Speed Promoted Events, Ritmo Mundo. We're watching the Bordonia Racing Engines Masters Rock category. Adam Pettit doing a good job early on. In row number 3, Adam Pettit, who scored 1 win and 2 second-place finishes in the 3 heat races this weekend, was awarded the pole position for today's pre-final, and obviously where they finish in this race is where they will start the main event this afternoon. Round 2. Very well right now. Coming out of turn 6, they sweep back to the left side of the track. Now on maintaining the best pace he can to keep Anthony Honeywell right in his sights. Honeywell starting on the inside of row number 2. It's all about getting that inside rear wheel to really lift up and transfer all the weight. Then the right-hander turn to number 5 around the tree. Then they set up for the fast. You can see right next to you it's 36 degrees, so you folks at home know more about what's going on here than me. Maybe you want to send a shout out to Anthony Honeywell. He's flying right now. He's able to lock. Four. So the lap times are close. The gap 1/10 of a second. Pettit running in second place right now after scoring the first heat race win of the weekend. If it weren't for that mechanical slip up in Heat 1, folks, I think Anthony Honeywell would be pretty. back to Pettit. 1.2 seconds, but lap traffic starting to make its way into the fray here. I believe that's going to be Di Matteo he should be running up on. We're going to be talking about a lot about love today and what exactly it is people love about the sport of karting. Anthony Honeywell, I think he loves leading. I think won 9. Not sure what went on there, but as they came out of the final corner, they were both quite a ways off the pace. Just like that, folks, we're off and running here at the 2016 Sofina Foods Florida Winter Tour. Round number 2 underway. Honeywell scores the win in Bordonia Racing Engines Masters Rock. Adam Pettit ends up second, barely ahead of Daniel Reiger. Dewick fourth, and then Ryan Gordon in fifth. Mark Julian is sixth, with Drew Neubauer in seventh, Andre Salazar eighth, Josh Martin, Troy Smith rounding out your top 10, and then it was Ivandro Di Matteo, who had mechanical issues pulling off the track early on that Evo kart. So it's Valentine's Day, folks. We're at a racetrack. We're having a great time. It's main event Sunday. Just got to work through a few pre-finals. And love is in the air. And if anyone knows about love, it's Chris Wheeler. He's going to be down here soon. He's going to tell us all about love and karting and all of those good things. Don't forget to send us shout-outs here, folks. Paige Crawford. Paige Crawford, it looks like we have one shout-out. Who's that from? It looks like it's from Taylor Swift. Wow, that's crazy. It says, I love karting and I love the announcer. So Taylor Swift even sending us a few shout-outs here today. That's awesome. You don't ever know who's going to be watching the broadcast. If you're watching the broadcast at home, folks, we sure appreciate it. Send us an email. Let us know what you're doing on this fine Valentine's Day. There's Bobby Radavoy. He's on your screen right there. If you can hear me talking about him, he's probably going to move away from the camera. Oh, he gives us a wave. Wrong camera, Bobby. A little bit farther. Bobby Radavoy. There's John Michelman. Don't wave, John. Bobby Radavoy, one of the Hall of Fame corner workers and track marshals we have here. He's an assistant race director both weekends, Rock and Rotax. Bobby hailing from Oakland Valley Race Park up in New York. Taking a seat, it should be the one and only Cameron Egger. Yep, he just took a seat and kicked his feet up, folks. One pre-final will do that to you. He is bushwhacked. Chuck Yoder standing on both feet for the time being. We hope he's got traction control turned on. You've heard of planking. You've heard of doing the worm. Well, Chuck Yoder can do the scorpion. That's when he falls down pushing a shifter cart and the back feet come up and it looks like the tip of a scorpion's tail. You stay watching the shifter start today, folks, and you just might be lucky enough to see something like that happen. Here at the Florida Winter Tour, folks, you never know what's going to happen. You're going to see a lot of great racing. You're going to see a lot of great people, and you might see them do a lot of funny things. Let's take a look at our Senior Rock starting grid before I get beat up I got a lot of bacon-themed gifts today because the beautiful Crawford women are very nice to me, and I sure appreciate them. I'll tell you more about those later, though.
I got
In the exit of turn number 1, but Ryan Norberg just walked around the outside of Kyle Kirkwood. That's the first time I've seen that pass work this week.
so Norberg out in front here for the first time off turn.
You've got to get out in front of him, and this completely changes the complexion of the entire race because now Kirkwood can't just sail away. Okay, Victor Franzoni is right on his back bumper because Ryan Norberg is and Galley, your quickest driver on the track, a 38.036. But now the top 5 are all over each other right now. As we see, that's going to be the comp card of Luis Jose Forteza running off the track as they come through turn number 4. Man, Norberg made a power move at the start of this race, and that has shook things up big time.
So Kirkwood now 8 cart length advantage through the showcase.
Galley is in 4th, and Allen Galley up to 5th. The Tech Speed drivers running the best we've seen them all weekend, Chris.
Yeah, the tech speed carts have found their way a little bit here. Also, everybody doing their part, trying to get Zach up to the front where we all know he can be at.
And I'm sure Mom Jody is watching at home live right now.
Yeah, well, I'm just.
That time by, he goes purple. My man Scott Nelson knows what that means. 36.937. He's the quickest driver on the track. Kirkwood digging right now the lead, a near full second, as it is .739 from Kirkwood's back bumper to is up to ninth, the lone CRG in this field. And then Brandon Collins rounds out your top 10. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. They're all pretty evenly spaced out. There you see Forteza in the comp cart as he runs 7th. Banks, Tesoro, not a lot going on here in the top 10 right now, Chris. They've all kind of found their rhythm.
Yeah, they're kind of spread out like mayonnaise on a sandwich here as this race goes on. Halfway sticks this time by from Cam Ager. From the two ladies this morning, they would be a little bit more energetic.
You know, I hate to say it like this, but maybe stopping the bleeding. Kirkwood is not just completely running away from the field. Norberg is still hammering out really good laps. Let's see what the numbers look like. Having a good day at the races right now, Chris.
Hey, you talked about that battle here for the 5th and 6th position. So while Holden has caught the back of Allen Galley, Forteza on the comp cart is starting to run down Zach Holden. 0.3 of a second faster than him and Galley last time by. In fact, the only guy faster the last time by. Here to take over that 3rd position down into turn number 1, but that's where the battles are because Forteza back. Fifth spot rather. And he does it. So Franzoni, the big loser so far.
Oh, he continues to lose spots, Chris.
Wow. He 4 positions in a matter of 9 turns.
Wow. A lot can happen here at Ocala Grand Prix. It is a very busy racetrack, and that shook everything up. Kirkwood and Norberg comfortably out in front in those top 2 spots, but then behind them, it is an absolute huckabuck, one would say.
You're just using it out of context now, Tony.
Then use it in context, Chris.
Well, that's the best part about Ocala Grand Prix. Such a smooth surface, you don't see much hucklebucking going on.
Ah, I understand now.
See, the hucklebuck is actually a mechanical thing, not a
Verb.
not a situational thing.
Ah, I understand now.
Ah, okay.
Now we see third on back between Sisdeli, Galley, Zach Holden, and Victor Franzoni. Really fun stuff to watch there in our Senior Rock pre-final.
And for those of you at home that thought that one was exciting,
The 2016 Safina, Florida Winter Tour. Presented by Fixie Wheels. In partnership with Motorsport.com and Ritmo Mundo.
Want to thank all of our fans here on the property who went over yesterday to see the Montoya group for that autograph session. Really nice of Juan and the guys yesterday. Really happy that he was able to reach out to all the young fans and be one.
Getting up on the top of Crawford. I'm not sure who that was, Chris. You got a number on that one?
Not really sure yet. That could have been the 128. These drivers here.
Oh, we got a bit of a parking lot over in turn 6, it looks like, Chris. Fortunately, 3 drivers all 130 for a Carminante. One driver not able to continue as they're going to move his cart off the track in turn 6. Fight for the lead down in 6, and it's Chris.
So here they go, headed now through turn number 5, headed to the left-hander, turn number 6, side by side, 3 wide act.
to go right now. They'll get to the line and see the white flag flying. And I think Reese is going to have something here for Morgado. We'll see. Matias has run a really good lap up till this point. He has started to stretch himself out a little bit from Gold. What would you say that? Maybe about a cart length lead, maybe a little bit more right now?
Yeah,
Less than that as they come
I think
to the
what
corner.
it is Gold knows that he's got to get the exit shots to stay with him, so he gives up a lot of time getting in the corners, knowing he can get them on the exit. Meanwhile, white flag in the air. Is Gold going to look here? No. So Gold has seen the white flag. The final lap of this pre-final now underway to head to turn number 3. That'll be a left-hander, turn number 4. Gold just kind of sitting there. Morgado going to block to the bottom.
Wow.
Gold looking at the crossover, nothing there. Now he's going to pull to his driver's left through the right-hander, nothing there. Back to the bumper one more time. Now the left-hander at 6, headed to the right-hander at 7. Gold to the outside. Going to try and cross him here, get the run. What's he going to do? But here comes Tyler Maxson.
Oh, it's Maxson.
Maxson up to hit the leader. He's going to bounce off Morgado. He's going to push through. Maxson 3 wide. Who's he going to be?
Morgado.
Oh,
Matias
baby.
Morgado gets him, but all that defensive driving, Chris, that sure hurt him. Matias Morgado a lot more than it helped him. He's lucky to get out of this race with the win. He defended so hard that last lap that it not only allowed Reese Gold an opportunity, but it caught Tyler Maxson all the way up to that pack. That's incredible.
So Morgado, Gold, Maxson, Carmenante, Kamara, your top 5. Then it'll be Agozi, Crawford, and I believe Wellage in 8th. So wild finish there.
And I do want to say, for once, I think I made a correct prediction, Chris, and I know you'll probably tell me I'm wrong here, but Anthony Willis started 25th on the grid. I predicted he wouldn't stay back there for long, and he drove all the way up to a 9th place finish. Heck of a run for Anthony Willis.
Arizonan.
Correct. Did I say California?
No, I'm just reminding you.
Oh,
He's from Arizona.
I appreciate it. Chris Wheeler, folks, he is the resident fact checker here in the broadcast booth, and we're sure lucky to have him. It's warmed up to 54 degrees, but the action on the track is a lot hotter than that, folks. It is going to be an awesome day of racing here in Ocala, Florida. I'm enjoying all the Valentine's Day gifts that continue to be brought into the booth here. Chris and I were just brought a few delicious chocolate pretzels and some conversation hearts. I think that's what they're calling them these days. They're the little chalky antacids that have cute things on them. Of course, nothing will beat the Valentine's Day gifts I received earlier this morning from Miss Paige Crawford. We hope you're all having a great Valentine's Day here, folks. I know we're having a great time watching this race. And coming up next, it's going to be our shifter class, I do believe. So get ready, because the ground will shake as the shifters roar to life and as Chuck Yoder belly flops on the front straightaway. Once again, we got a few carts to pick up over there. Don't forget, folks, let's see if we have any shout-outs to – you got to email us live at floridawintertour.com. All right, we got a couple shout-outs here. Tell Donald Wharton, let's win today, from Jacob and Vince in cold Virginia. Thanks, guys. Y'all are doing a great job. So Vince Putman says, Donald Wharton, go get it, buddy. Good luck to him. Jody Sisk says, hey, I'm going to be there next weekend. Be nice. Jody, can't wait to see you. Thanks for the shout-out. Caroline Meyer says, shout-out to my hot, toothless stud of a brother, AJ Myers. Happy Valentine's Day. I need to come and, I guess, look closer at AJ's mouth. Apparently, he's lacking some teeth. Tell the Baconator, Caleb Bacon, good luck from Virginia. Jacob and Vince, the Baconator. How come I never thought of calling him that? That is fantastic. That's the best nickname ever. The Baconator, Caleb Bacon. Why did I not think about that? We're getting ready for our next heat race. Pre-final. It is the shifter driver. There's AJ Myers. He's in the 428. Apparently, he's toothless. I didn't know. We need to go do some investigative reporting on that. Austin Garrison, he's got all of his teeth. He's going to start in the off-pole position. Oliver Askew putting both hands on his face as to say, boy, am I excited to be here. Boy, I love racing at Ocala Grand Prix. Danny Formal getting his picture taken down there on the grid. Bunch of big names here getting ready to take the green flag in our Rock Shifter Senior and Rock Shifter Master pre-final. There you see a look at your starting grid. For Shad Bagari, on the TB cart, rolls off 21st. Then it's Christian Bartz, his son Felipe Bartz. Christian says that he's got a lot of family back home watching, and Christian says he always gets nervous watching Felipe race right before he does. Michelle Legrand starts 19th, while Scott Davidson rolls off 18th. Victor Jimenez will start on the pole position for our Shifter Masters drivers. And then in Shifter Senior, Augusto Soto Sharippa lines up next to Tyler Gilbo. Don Gilbo said, watch out for Tyler. He was 4th quickest yesterday in the last heat race. And Tyler on that DR cart out of DRT Racing. Tyler, certainly, if he can get through this start, I think Tyler can be a threat for a top 5 finisher before it's all said and done. Don Whittington and Jason Don't Call Me Teddy Alden start 14th and 13th. Marco Oldhofer, if you're watching, I've been trying to remember to call Jason Teddy, but he hates it. Dominic Legrand starts 12th with Christian Munoz in 11th. Nicholas Hargraves kicks things off in 10th, while Cole Mathewson starts 9th. Gianfranco Mazzafaro, love saying that name, he starts 8th, while Juan Acosta starts 7th. Danny Formal rolls 6th with Mayo Livingston, a very proper name, in 5th position. And then it's the toothless A.J. Myers in 4th with Colin Daly, the Jamaican. Don't say he's from Bermuda. He starts 3rd. Austin Garrison starts off pole to the one and only Kart Life superstar, PSL poster child, and just hair care product model of the year, Oliver Askew. I mean, what else can you say? We have got ourselves a good-looking grid here in Shifter Senior and Shifter Master. They make their way through the final corner. Chuck Yoder and Taylor Jocelyn have the honors of putting them in the box. Chuck, you've got me scared, man. Just stay on both feet today, brother. That pacemaker of yours can't take many more hits. You can feel the ground, literally. You can feel the ground underneath our feet here in the announcer's booth. You can really feel the vibrations of these shifter carts as they come up to the revs. That's a little bit of a wave. Who's waving at us? I think that's the 438 of Livingston. Might be Acosta. No, that's an outside row driver. That's Nicholas Hargraves giving us a wave here in the booth. Nicholas, best of luck to you. Askew, Garrison, your front row. We're getting ready to drop the flag and go racing. Cameron Egger says visors down. The green flag comes above his head, and it falls. We're racing. Boy, not the start Austin Garrison wanted, as Danny Formal's going to go around the outside and almost get 3rd place away. Formal can't make the pass stick. He stays in 4th. Garrison 3rd. Daly, the Jamaican, up to 2nd. And then Oliver Askew leads them through the switchbacks this first time by. Clean shifter start for all of our drivers. Clean shifter start for all of our race directors. That's what you like to see. Garrison on the inside of Daly in turn 7. He's through. Garrison now up to 2nd. Askew leads lap number 1. Here's a live look at turn number 7, making sure the tree doesn't go anywhere. As our field flies down the front straightaway. And as I see these shifter rock drivers, I know Victor Jimenez is in the field, and that reminds me that the nose, Wes Boswell, may be joining us for a few race calls today. We get all the smart guys here in the booth. Chris Wheeler and hopefully now Wes Boswell. It's good to have those guys. They just help me catch the mistakes. Lap number 2 in the books of our 15-lap pre-final. Askew, Garrison, Formal, Daly, Myers, your top 5. And then it's Mathewson having a good run on the TB cart. Cole Mathewson out of the Atlantic Northeast. They call Oregon and Washington the Pacific Northwest. Why don't we call New York and Boston and that area the Atlantic Northeast? I never hear it referred to as that. That's where 6th place driver Cole Mathewson and 3rd place driver Danny Formal hail from, the Atlantic Northeast. At the line, Oliver Askew goes purple, 35.971, good lap there. And it looks like Mathewson makes a move on Myers down in 1. Yes, he does. Cole Mathewson, he is hooked up on that TB cart early on. in our Shifter Senior Pre-Final, Duke Spine Institute, Mr. Duke Medjan. Thanks for helping us out and bringing you this live coverage of our Shifter Rock Senior Shifter Rock Master Pre-Final. There's Askew making a very small adjustment to the steering wheel. The least input, the better. Garrison in second, Danny Formal on the DR cart in third. So you got a Burrell, a Tony, and a DR cart, your top three. And then Colin Daly is on a Rosso cart out of Jamaica. And then Matthewson on a TB. How about chassis diversity here on Valentine's Day, folks? We love it. As many different chassis as you've got, we'll take them here at the Florida Winter Tour. Bunch of good racing farther back in the pack through turn number 5. What do we got going on here? That's big, tall Danny Formal going after Austin Garrison, it looked like there for a second. No, that's A.J. Myers going after Mayo Livingston. Wow, Myers sits up so high in that cart, the I cart, and Mayo Livingston is tucked down nice and low. Mayo Livingston doing his best Austin Garrison impersonation. There you see Garrison. No neck on the second place driver here in Shifter Senior. It makes him faster, the experts say. Less drag. But now he's got a challenge from Danny Formal. Danny Formal hits the gym like Austin Garrison hits the fishing hole, and it pays off as Formal goes up to P2. As Formal waves at Austin Garrison as he goes by for second place. Camaraderie, spirit, we've got it. How about you? Danny Formal into second, and Garrison can only watch as Formal goes by. Man, I hope we have that on the instant replay queued up because Danny Formal just waved at Austin Garrison as he went by. It's nice to be polite to your competitors. You've got to let them know that you enjoy racing against them. Formal is digging right now. Let's talk about Danny Formal's teammate, Tyler Gilboa. He runs 14th on the track now. He started this race 15th, so he is moving up the leaderboard, and he still has a ways to go. Man, that's awesome. In the words of Tim Handon, that was awesome. As he got by Austin Garrison there. That's cool. There's Gina French. She's standing out on the track. She is one of our assistant race directors here this weekend at Chuck Yoder. Gina French always watching back at home when son Jake French is here racing with us. Gina, doing a great job keeping this race run safely and smoothly this weekend. All of the track staff here at the Florida Winter Tour doing a top-notch job. We'll talk about them more a little bit later as we have got a heck of a race going on right now. Let's talk about our Rock Shifter Masters drivers because you know what? They deserve it. Victor Jimenez is doing a great job despite the fact Wes Boswell is tuning on that cart. Jimenez out in front by 1.8 seconds. That's longer than my last relationship lasted, folks. Scott Davidson runs P2, and then it's Christian Bartz in third, Michelle Legrand fourth, and Farshad Bagheri rounds out the field in Shifter Masters. Things have calmed down, though, up front a little bit here in Shifter Senior as Danny Formal waves as he goes by Austin Garrison about 3 laps ago. And Formal just looks more comfortable right now. Garrison looks like he's pushing that thing, and he's kind of really putting a little bit too much into it. Formal is he's just wheeling right now. He's just rolling, and he looks solid there in second place. I think we're going to see a Burrell DR kart front row when we get to our main event later on. Still some racing to go, though. I shouldn't speak too soon as they see 10 to go at the line. There goes A.J. Myers. A.J.? Yeah, A.J. Myers was running in about the 7th spot behind Mayo Livingston, and he now runs 9th. As you see Oliver Askew. I think Morgan Healy's going to join us in the booth here in a second to talk about her former teammate Oliver Askew and what it's like to compete under the same tent as a karting phenom, such as Oliver Askew. There's a live shot at Danny Formal and Austin Garrison running second and third. We talked about Oliver Askew just being a dominant driver. I think he's a great friend and a good guy as well. In a moment, we'll have Morgan Healy tell us a little bit more about that. And she has made her way over from the apprentice position of timing and scoring. She does really want to tell you about Oliver Askew, but for her to do that, she's going to have to put her headset on first. Morgan Healy, how are you?
I'm good. How are you?
Fantastic. We're watching a great battle here in Shifter Rock Senior. Well, it's really not a great battle. It's kind of calmed down because that guy Oliver Askew has made it a snore fest again. You used to race against Oliver Askew. Well, you used to race on the same track as Oliver Askew every once in a while. We didn't see Askew in that many LCQs. So tell us, what's it like to be a teammate of Oliver's?
Oliver is a really awesome driver, but he's a pretty awesome friend as well. He's really great to work with and learn from. He's pretty quiet, but once you get to know him, he kind of comes out of his shell, and he's fun to work with.
He is quiet, and do you think personally from working with him that maybe it's his introvertness that maybe lends to his success as a driver? Do you think that he's just so quiet and that's what makes him, that has a part to do with why he's such a good driver?
As quiet as he is off track, he's very dominant with his performances on track, so I think he lets his driving speak for himself.
Wow. Wow. Morgan Healy sewing words together like I sew pieces of bacon together. That was amazing. Yeah, he's very quiet on track, but he's very loud.
No, quiet off track.
Quiet off track. I apologize. Quiet off track.
Yes.
Dominant on track. Wow.
Yes.
So, ladies and gentlemen, you've just heard Morgan Healy's audition to take my job. I think if you'd like to send your votes in to live at
Not
Florida
gonna lie,
Winter Tour.
people have told me that I'd be pretty good in this booth. So.
Hey, why not? I mean,
True.
with all your experience, you sure would be able to help us with the call of quite a few LCQs, I think.
Oh my.
We would have loved to have had you in the booth yesterday. But Askew is wheeling it out there right now. We look a little bit farther back in the pack. That's going to be some of our Shifter Rock Masters drivers running with our Shifter Rock Senior drivers. We see A.J. Myers. Yeah, he continues to slip. Not sure what's going on there. He's back around 11th with Nicholas Hargraves in front of him and Dominic Legrand behind him. So they just missed the setup, it looks like, on Myers' card here. As we near the end of this one, Cameron Egger, show me a flag, buddy. 2 to go, letting us know that we're nearing the end of this race. And in Shifter Master, Jimenez leads with Davidson in second, Bart's third. We check in on the battle. Who do we see here? It's the 425 of Gilbo, the 492 of Munoz, and the 493 of Legrand. So Morgan, Oliver's driving away to an impressive lead, and it's going to be probably an impressive win here in the shifter class. You've raced a lot of shifter karts in your time. What is he going to have to do when they get to this final later on today? What's going to be the key? That's going to be the thing he has to hit on to make sure he scores the win in the main event.
Well, by the looks of the pre-final, I think it's just a little bit more of the same. Pretty dominant performance in the pre-final, so just whatever they've got going seems to be working.
So Morgan Healy says if it ain't broke, don't fix it, Oliver Askew.
Absolutely.
That's the key to success here. Off the dog leg, into the final corner. Morgan, call us home.
No.
Okay, Oliver Askew is going to score the win.
I don't know what I'm supposed to do.
Oliver Askew picks up the victory with Danny Formal in second after he waves goodbye to Austin Garrison. Colin Daly fourth. The off button's right there, Morgan. Anything to say before you head back to
turn
timing?
it off.
All right, Morgan Healy, folks. The sweetheart of the last chance qualifier here in the booth with us today. Morgan. Cole Matthewson ends up fifth. Mayo Livingston sixth. Juan Acosta seventh. Gianfranco Mazzafaro eighth. Don Winnington ninth. And Hargraves in 10th. A.J. Myers misses the setup and finishes 11th. Legrand 12th. Munoz 13th. Gilbo 14th. Shrippa 15th. And Teddy Alden comes home in 16th. Wes Boswell, it didn't work. Your driver still won. Scott Davidson second. Bart's third. Legrand fourth. And Farshad Bagheri. Folks, that was Morgan Healy bringing us home in Shifter Rock Senior and Shifter Rock Masters. If you think she should be the new announcer of the Florida Winter Tour, send your votes to live at floridawintertour.com, and we'll read the results later on today. Stick with us, folks. We'll be back for our last two pre-finals of the day. It's going to be Micro Rock and Junior Rock. We're going to step aside, though, for just a moment. That was fantastic. Morgan, bring us
the 2016 Safina, Florida Winter Tour. Presented by Fixie Wheels. In partnership with Motorsport.com and Ritmo Mundo.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to sunny and tropical Ocala, Florida. We love racing here at Max Speed, and it's a good thing because it's Valentine's Day, and who doesn't love love? That was an old Casey Kane commercial a couple of years ago. I don't remember what they were promoting. Tiffin Willerith says, hashtag Morgan on the mic. So the votes are already pouring in that Morgan Healy should, in fact, replace me as the voice of Max Speed after her fantastic call of that Shifter Senior pre-final. Tiffin, thanks for your vote. As always, I don't care. We're getting ready for Micro Rock to go green. Oliver Denny, he's been unstoppable all weekend. Scored the pole in qualifying. Picked up a few heat race wins, I'm sure you're aware, and he will start this pre-final on pole. Nicholas Terlecki on the number 88 rolls second, and then it's Brent Cruz in the 11th, starting third. Connor Zilish will roll off fourth with Nikita Johnson rounding out your top five. Emo Fittipaldi starts sixth with Creation Pastrain in seventh. Brandon Carr eighth. Anderson Leonard and Ernesto Bueno round out our top 10. Then it's Fletcher, Costa, Juncos, Rodriguez, Leon, Caporelli, Cirillo, Caracato, Guerra, and Aya de Vea. Your top 20 here in Micro Rock. They're onto the front straightaway. They're into the tram lanes. Let's see a green flag. We're racing down into turn one. Terlecki does not get the start he wanted. He's going to fall back to fifth, maybe sixth as they roll through the chicane in two. Denny, no surprise there. He mastered the start off that inside row one position, and he leads them through and into the switchbacks for the first time. Micro Rock, it's a quick 12-lap pre-final for these drivers. Few of them get together over there in turn four. It's a small parking lot, like a yard sale-sized parking lot. They continue to fire up and roll off. Brent Cruz is up into second, but he's got a challenge in the form of, is that Nikita Johnson? I believe it is. The 7, Fernando Alonso kart of Nikita Johnson. Goes second, but Brent Cruz battles back on the inside of one. Cruz to P2. Nikita Johnson runs third, and then it's going to be Terlecki, your off-pole starter, in fourth. Connor Zilish, I believe, rounds out your top five. Terlecki takes a look for fourth, makes contact with Cruz. It's a big shuffle. Wow, that changed everything. Brent Cruz was made contact with by Terlecki, as Terlecki went on the inside for what would have been the third position, ended up carrying a little bit too much speed, got into the back of Brent Cruz, and boy, that shook everything up. Nikita Johnson picks up the pieces in second place. Now Terlecki continues to attempt the pass for second place. This time it's going to stick. Yes, it does. Nicholas Terlecki now into the second spot. Nikita Johnson falls to third, as Connor Zilish takes a look on the inside in four. Zilish is there. Zilish alongside. Zilish through. Connor Zilish now into the third position. Johnson continues to fall back. Nikita Johnson now to fourth. There you see a live look. Oliver Denny, your leader. Terlecki in second. Zilish third. Nikita Johnson fourth. And then in fifth, that should be Anderson Leonard. We'll see when they come through the stripe. Yeah, it's the 18 of Anderson Leonard, and then Jeremy Fletcher runs sixth with Pastrain behind in seventh. They all fan out going down the wide front straightaway. Brent Cruz trying to get around. It should be Jeremy Fletcher, and it is. Cruz goes purple. Cruz is cruising in the seventh position as he goes purple. Boom, the drum roll. Cruz goes 41.602. Fletcher in sixth, and then it's Anderson Leonard inside the top five. There you see the train of carts. Yeah, Brent Cruz has the speed to be running well up near the front. He's the quickest driver on track. Oliver Denny way out in front. Then it's Terlecki, Zilish, Nikita Johnson, Anderson Leonard, Jeremy Fletcher. Brent Cruz, though, mired back in traffic. He's got to get away from these guys. Anderson Leonard goes wheel to wheel. They nearly touch side pods as they head down the front straightaway into turn one. Nikita Johnson loses another position as Anderson Leonard picks up the fourth spot. Zilish now your quickest driver on track, and he's about to be your second place driver on track as he gets around Terlecki in four. Connor Zilish now into the second spot. A 41.4 last time by. He was your quickest driver. He's going to defend as they head down into turn number 9. Terlecki doesn't take a look, stays in line. Then it's Leonard, Nikita Johnson, Jeremy Fletcher. Terlecki battles back on the inside of one for second place, pulls alongside and gets the spot. Nicholas Terlecki now back to P2. But Connor Zilish not letting him get away, gives him a slight tap on entry, getting into turn number 4. This is a great battle we've got for second place right now. Then you see fourth on back. It's going to be Anderson Leonard, Jeremy Fletcher, Nikita Johnson. And then Pastrain, Carr, Rodriguez, and Cruz. Man, Brent Cruz, he's got the speed, but he continues to slip back. It should have been Brandon Carr making a pass on the number 90, I believe, of Pastrain, and it sticks. Zilish takes a look on the inside of Nicholas Terlecki, that time down the front straightaway, but about a half a cart length back. Wasn't close enough to even try something, but he does a great job through the switchbacks. Terlecki. Man, if Terlecki and Zilish would just hook up and work together, they may have a chance at running down leader Oliver Denny. But it's unlikely here with 7 to go at the line. Terlecki went purple that time by. Quickest driver on the track. Zilish wants to take a look down in 9. No. Stays glued to Terlecki's back bumper. Rest of the field looks like this. In 10th, it's Brent Cruz. 11th, Bueno. 12th, Cirillo. 13th, Slater. Fittipaldi and Costa are your top 15. Then it's Juncos, Leandro Juncos in 16th, Leon 17th, Caracueto 18th, and then the one and only Miss Paige Crawford. Paige up to the 18th position, actually, as she continues to climb the leaderboard. Let's take a look up here and let's take a stand here and look out the window and tell you about a few of these drivers. Oh, that's nice. Cameron Egger has given his chair to a young driver. Is that Frankie Iadavea? I believe it is. That's the 76 of young Frankie Iadavea. You hate to see that, but at least his legs are getting a rest. Here comes Paige Crawford. She's trying to hold off the 15 of Pedro Caparelli. Did Caparelli get the spot? No, I don't believe so. I got to talk about Paige, folks. She's my Valentine. Okay, she brought me a literal grocery bag full of Valentine's Day gifts. And she's awesome. You know what? They may have been a little mean. They may have poked a little bit of fun at me, but man, I love a good teenage magazine about Taylor Swift. I'm never gonna turn one of those down. We get a red flag today, God forbid. We're gonna have a little bit of downtime, and I'm finally gonna get back to some reading material. Thanks to this Twist magazine. Stars Get Real. That's the lead story on this month's issue. I'll tell you about it later on after this race is over. We're 5 laps away from this race being over. Oliver Denny, man, he's just waiting to see a white flag flying. His lead 1 second even over the rest of the field. There goes the number 28 of Esteban Jimenez. And here come your leaders down the back straightaway heading for turn number 9. If these two of Terlecki and Zilish would just work together, they can reel in Oliver Denny. They are right now. Denny might have problems. He looks very slow compared to the other two. Terlecki goes purple, half of a second. The gap now in relation to second and third place. Denny is slowing down, it looks like. Last time by it was a 41.6, Terlecki a 41 flat as they make their way through the switchbacks. Denny has been caught up to. Terlecki and Zilish have caught leader Oliver Denny, and we're about to have a 3-cart battle for the lead here. 3 to go at the line, 3 laps remaining. 3 drivers can win this thing. That's what I'm talking about. Heck of a pre-final on our hands now. Not sure what's happening to Oliver Denny. He seems slow down the straightaway. May have been an axle shift. The brake rotor could be dragging on the back of that Bennick. I know one Bennick driver had an issue with that in Homestead last month. Zilish and Terlecki go after Oliver Denny for the lead. This is crucial. The top 3 starting spots for the main event up for grabs now. Denny, pole sitter. He's led this thing the whole way, but down the long front straightaway, he's down on horsepower, it seems. He's up on the wheel, hopping, trying to get speed. Zilish, he wants second place. Down to the inside in 9. He's there. Connor Zilish into second spot. What about Oliver Denny, though? As Zilish and Terlecki race, the gap stays at 0.4 of a second. 2 laps remaining here. As we should be running into lap traffic, it's about 3 seconds out from the rest of this, from this lead pack here. And I'm not sure, I obviously don't want to say that Oliver Denny has a problem when he doesn't, but folks, I'm just saying, when Terlecki and Zilish are lined up behind Oliver Denny, the closing rate is phenomenal. When those two are hooked up, it must just be the draft playing a big part in it right now. They've stretched out a little bit, Zilish and Terlecki. As the white flag flies here, Oliver Denny may be able to survive. The lead has continued to shrink, though, to only 0.3 of a second. They make their way through the switchbacks. They're not going to hit lap traffic, I don't think, in time. It looks like the Fernando Alonso car of Nikita Johnson. No idea what happened to Nikita Johnson. Johnson was up battling for the top 5 earlier in this race. Now, about to get put a lap down. Johnson will survive as here come your leaders. Oliver Denny holds on as Zilish holds off Terlecki at the line. And Brent Cruz is going for the pass there on the inside of the number 90, Pastrane, not able to get it. Wow, what a crazy race that was. Nothing that we expected happened there. I mean, other than Oliver Denny driving off to the win, but it was close. I'm not sure what happened to Oliver. To me, from here, this perspective, it looked like a little bit of a straightaway speed problem. I'm not sure. We'll go to work and find out if there is an issue on the 43. The important thing is he's able to hold off for the win. He was able to hold him off and drive to the victory. But it wasn't without a little bit of drama, that's for sure, because Zilish and Terlecki were coming. So let's give you a rundown of the field before Race Monitor is ripped away. Connor Zilish comes home second. Terlecki on the Burrell finishes third. Anderson Leonard ends up fourth. And then Team Felon driver Jeremy Fletcher. You know who else is a Team Felon driver? Ryan Norberg. He is on Team Felon, not OTK USA. Some ignorant announcer said that. He's fired, though. Lucas Rodriguez comes home 6th. Brandon Carr 7th. Pastrain 8th. Brent Cruz 9th. Freddie Slater in 10th. Then it's Ernesto Bueno in 11th. Cirillo 12th. Costa 13th. And Emo Fittipaldi 14th with Leandro Juncos in 15th. Pedro Caparelli finishes 17th. Miss Paige Crawford, Taylor Swift's second biggest fan, finishes 18th. And then it's Ian Leone in 19th. Tanner Garvin finishes 20th here in Micro Rock. Folks, we've only got one pre-final left to go. Can you believe that? Well, I can, because the schedule says so. Junior Rock on the grid now. Is that Michael D'Orlando? Yeah, it is. Michael D'Orlando down on the grid. Not sure if he can hear the speakers. There is Matias Ramirez. He's cool as a cucumber down there. As they give him the 1 minute to fire up, Madeline Egger lets him know we're getting ready to roll here. We're going to open up the chute and turn these guys out for one more pre-final today. Max Preston, man, he's snapping photos of everybody. Except me. He said something about his camera just being fixed and he doesn't want it to break again. I don't know. But he's getting cool shots of the drivers. We know that. Man, how about this starting grid? Let's look at them as we get ready to roll. As engines come to life down there on the grid, Willie Lambros and Lachlan DiFrancesco make up the 12th row. Then it's Andres Karam and Mark C. Donato. Got to get that middle initial in there. They make up row number 11. Michael Stevens starts 20th with Jose Alvarado alongside in 19th. Joseph Galino and Max Hewitt make up row number 9. I believe Tony Tesoro is tuning on Max Hewitt. I believe that is the case. So, old man on the mountain, Tony Tesoro, spinning the wrenches on the Texan Max Hewitt's kart. Antonio Saravalli starts 16th with Pedro Gouliart in 15th. Anthony Zappone and Pedro Lopes are 14th and 13th. Vincenzo Saracino will start 12th with PK Sport driver Jet Noland in 11th. Starting things off inside the top 10, it'll be the 256 of Zachary Hollingshead, while Ryan McDermott will roll off 9th on the inside of row number 5. Nicholas Sanchez starts 8th with Gabriel Patrul in 7th. Arias Duke Medjan on the 299 starts 6th. He's been climbing the ladder all weekend, and he starts this pre-final in the 6th spot. OGP driver Tyler Gonzalez was in the mix all heat race rounds. He will start 5th. Matthew Latifi rolls off 4th alongside little brother Nicholas D'Orlando on the inside of row number 2. And then it's big brother Michael D'Orlando on the 251, our Junior Rock race winner from Homestead, Miami last month, and on pole, home track driver. Kid knows this place like the back of his hand. Pilot of the number 258 Ocala Grand Prix Tony Kart, Matias Ramirez. As we get ready to drop the rag on this Junior Rock, our last pre-final of the day, Chris Wheeler, you're back. The crowd is happy. Are you ready for this?
Yeah, man, it should be a good time for sure. This is one of my favorite classes. There's a lot of talent in this junior field, and I'm really anxious to see who's going to be able to pull it off here. Obviously, this one's been close all weekend.
It has been. Matias Ramirez and Michael D'Orlando had an epic battle in the third and final heat race yesterday. We're going to see what they have in store for a long 15-lap pre-final into the tram lanes. One more time. It's the last pre-final of the day. Chuck Yoder wants them nice and slow. Cameron Egger, what do you say? Let's go racing. Green flag flies. D'Orlando gets a good start, but Ramirez gets a better one, and it's little brother Nicholas moving into the second position off the green flag. So Michael follows Nicholas. We got a few carts off-roading down there through the chicane in 2. Nicholas D'Orlando runs second. Michael D'Orlando runs third. But they're all chasing OGP driver Matias Ramirez. It's a OGP D'Orlando sandwich up here. You got Ramirez leading, and then Tyler Gonzalez in 4th. And then between them, you got the D'Orlando brothers. It's just a family affair here as we complete lap number 1. Ramirez, D'Orlando, Nicholas, Michael in 3rd, Gonzalez 4th, and then rounding out your top 5, it will be the number 280 of Gabriel Patrulli.
So this time your leader is headed to turn number 3 off the left-hander. Still stacked up pretty close. A little shot to the back there from one driver to another. Couple over-unders, couple slide job attempts. Back now to left-handed turn number 6, headed to turn number 7. Ramirez +3 on the field here. Now headed to the showcase corner. All about the exit shot. Who's going to push who? Down the front straightaway they go. Tony Laporta. Ramirez looking over his shoulder. He sees Nicholas DiOrlando. But DiOrlando, as he gets to the bumper of Ramirez, is just going to stick there.
You know, I talked to Michael DiOrlando Sr., that's Dad DiOrlando, yesterday during the Max Speed welcome dinner. Chris, I know you're not very familiar with the family, so I took the liberty of talking to them.
Don't want to cut you off here, but Gonzalez tries to throw it in on Michael DiOrlando. Doesn't get it, but what it does do is slow him up and then allow, I believe, Hollingshead to get around him. Now he's going to come back on, I believe, Hollingshead. Not really sure. Might be wrong on the names of some of these drivers here. But what it's done is it's allowed the top 3 to gap out crazy. That was actually Sanchez that was battling with him. This time through turn number 6. Matias Ramirez still out in front of the brothers DiOrlando. Now to the showcase as they come off turn number 7. As it appears like some contact here with Latifi. Latifi's going to lose maybe 3 or 4 spots. Down the front straightaway they go. The DiOrlandos tucked right back up underneath Ramirez. Now through turn 2. The left-hander now to turn number 3. Then the short shoot. Top 3, Tony Laporta cover him with a blanket.
Yeah, Matias Ramirez and the DiOrlando boys are having a heck of a race here right now, Chris, and this is awesome to see. Whoa, big contact back there, and for a few drivers get together. I'm going to guess that's about 8th on back, possibly. We'll take a look at who shuffles up here at the line. But how about the run for little brother Nicholas DiOrlando right now as he stalks Matias Ramirez. He's going to pull out now and take a look. Nicholas DiOrlando to the inside. And does big brother Michael come through? Yes, he does, but not without a little bit of side-by-side bumping and banging. It didn't work, but he's going to try him again in 4. Michael DiOrlando hard on the brakes in 4, and he's through. Big brother Michael gets that 2nd spot, but that was perfect. If you're a Nicholas DiOrlando fan, man, you're cheering right now because Nicholas not only got the lead, but when he brought big brother Michael with him, Michael and Matias got together. No fault of each other's, just racing, going for the same piece of real estate. But, man, did that give Nicholas a ton of breathing room there, Chris. Look at that gap.
And you want to talk about the respect on the racetrack. Michael DiOrlando, Matias Ramirez have got a lot of it for each other. They have battled side by side for several years. And you can tell by how good, hard, and clean they race each other. But you're right. Nicholas DiOrlando winning that one. Looks like a picture of Charlie Sheen on Instagram right now. # winning. To turn number 7.
That is a timely reference, Chris, if I have ever heard one. I agree with you. Nicholas DiOrlando out in front. We talked to Dad DiOrlando yesterday, as I said, at the Max Speed welcome dinner. And, man, you know what? I asked him, I said, what happened in Homestead, Mike? I said, what was up with Nicholas? And he just said, pre-race, preseason jitters. First race back, getting a little freaked out. And then, Chris, as you highlighted, getting back together with Adam Johnson, a big part of the chemistry there. But it is so cool to see little brother Nicholas DiOrlando wheeling it here at home, here at Ocala all weekend, and now here in our pre-final, the kid's leading the show. He finishes where he's running right now, and he's going to be bringing us to our green flag in the last main event of the day. And if he stays where he is and Big Brother stays where he is, we're going to have an all DiOrlando front row. And, Chris, I don't even think we're going to be able to let you call that race, to be honest with you, if that happens.
Well, we've still got a long way to go. In fact, 10 to go. That time buys now. DiOrlando leads them into turn number 1. Through 2, now to turn number 3 through the short shoot. Everybody's still in their spots here, but all the gaps have started to kind of close down a little bit. Ramirez, fastest man on the racetrack, goes purple. Last time by 37.817. Nicholas DiOrlando, 37.9. So it was 7.9, 7.8, 7.8, 7.8 for the top 4 drivers. So the top 3, top 4 starting to close in those gaps, and I think we're going to have one heck of a race on our hands here. Maybe next time by as Michael DiOrlando and Ramirez Gonzalez all run their fastest laps of the race. Nicholas a 37.9 to a 37.7 to a 37.6. So Ramirez as he goes purple again. And just like that, in turn number 5, they are on top of each other, Tony Laporta.
Michael D'Orlando has reeled in little brother Nicholas, and we are going to have a fight for the lead here soon. You got to wonder what Michael's going to do here. He's got little brother leading this race and doing a darn good job at it, might I add. But you know what? They're out there racing for a win. No matter whether it's your brother, your teammate, your worst enemy, whatever, you want to win this thing. And I don't think Michael's going to give Nicholas any breaks. He's obviously going to race him as clean as he can. But I don't think he's going to give him an inch, and he's not going to give him the benefit of the doubt. If Michael sees a gap here, he's going to go for it, and that's what we're watching. That's what we're waiting for every lap here. We're working 8 to go. They'll see 7 at the line, and you're right, Chris. They're all over each other right now. It's Nicholas out in front, Michael D'Orlando in second, then Matias Ramirez in third, Tyler Gonzalez in that all-white helmet runs fourth, and then Nicholas Sanchez rounds out your top 5. Ryan McDermott is 6th, Jet Nolan 7th. Gabriel Petrulli 8th, Hollingshead 9th, and then Antonio Saravalli in 10th. Michael D'Orlando still not close enough yet to make a move, but Cody Schindel better be taking a lot of photos right now because this is a family Christmas card moment.
You know, another thing you got to think about, if you make the pass, if you're Michael, how can you make it with doing the least amount of damage to Nicholas's position on the racetrack?
Exactly.
Track position obviously super important. It's so hard to pass here. But it's another thing when you got to think about the fact that the kid leading is the kid that you share a room with. So unless you want to wake up to, I don't know, getting beat with a sock full of bars of soap,
your hair being cut at night,
maybe it's a better idea to just not poke the bear. Not really sure. I've never been in this situation personally, but the top 3 stays the same. Nicholas D'Orlando, though, goes purple that time by 37.5. 37.5, the first man to go sub 37.6 here.
Ramirez gets Michael on the inside of 4, Chris. He just threw it to the inside, saw the opportunity, and he's going to bring his OGP teammate with him, Tyler Gonzalez. They finally break up the D'Orlando house party we've been having here.
That was just a clean classic case of overdriving after losing a position, unfortunately, for D'Orlando. Now he's going to have his back bumper full of Nicholas Sanchez to head down the front straightaway. It was 5 to go this time. The gap, 4.5 tenths of a second for Nicholas D'Orlando out in front. Now they come, turn number 4. Now the right-hander, the cut back at 5. Ramirez just so good in that infield section, so smooth. Hits the same exact marks every single lap through 6, 7. Headed now through 8, the kink, to 9, the showcase. Right in front of everybody. Down the front stretch, 4 laps to go. Heads down. Ramirez that time half a tenth faster than Nicholas D'Orlando. So unfortunately, we got to play the waiting game, Tony Laporta, as it appears that Ramirez continues just to close in ever so slightly. And he is determined to make this one a race here towards the finish, off turn number 7.
Well, as you said, Chris, we take a look at the lap times here. Matias goes green that time by. That's his best lap of the race, a 37.62, and then D'Orlando a 37.69. Let's see what it is here as they see 3 to go. Ramirez goes purple, 37 with a 5 on the back. D'Orlando a 37.6. So Ramirez going to work, doing what he has to do, laying down. Good laps, just hammering them out, hitting his marks, and doing everything he can. Meanwhile, a little bit farther back, Michael D'Orlando trying to make his way around OGP driver Tyler Gonzalez. The gap, 0.2 of a second from little brother to Matias Ramirez. They head down the back straightaway into that final corner. Can Ramirez go even quicker? It was a 37.53 last time. Let's see what he does here. They see the sticks, 2 to go. Ramirez slows down to a 37.7, but he moves up and to the inside. He's through. Matias Ramirez gets the pass completed on Nicholas D'Orlando, and now little Nicholas D'Orlando goes from playing defense to being 100% on offense. This was his race to lose, and now it's his race to go back and win. Chris, a lap and a half to go here.
Through turn number 7 they come. It's going to be about the exit shot, and Ramirez gets a better one. Pulls out to about a 2-cart length advantage now through the left-hander. At number 9, onto the front stretch. White flag in the air. Heads tucked down. Ramirez not even going to look over until he gets closer to turn number 1. Meanwhile, Michael D'Orlando gets around Gonzalez to take over third. So the final circuit here, Nicholas D'Orlando just not close enough to really throw it in. Through 4, now to 5 they go. Running out of time is Nicholas D'Orlando.
I'll tell you what, Chris, I think I believed you yesterday, and I think you're a pretty smart guy most of the time, but you said the key to beating these OGP kids, get out in front of them early and make them chase you. Well, you know what? The D'Orlandos did that here today, but it still didn't work. Matias Ramirez comes off the final corner to see the checkers waving. Ramirez is your winner here in Junior Rock pre-final. That will do it for our pre-finals this morning. Let's take a look at that running order. Ramirez scores the victory after some late race heroics against Nicholas D'Orlando. Michael D'Orlando comes home in 3rd, and then it's Gonzalez in 4th. Ryan McDermott 5th with Nicholas Sanchez in 6th. Gabriel Petrulli is 7th. Zach Hollingshead, Antonio Saravalli, and Jet Noland are not your top 10 here. Matt Latifi comes home 11th after some contact early in the infield. Vincenzo Saracino 12th. Pedro Lopes 13th. Stevens and Galino are your top 15. Zapponi 16th. Gouliart 17th. DeFrancesco. Good race for Lachlan DeFrancesco. He came from all the way back in 23rd to at least get up to 18th. Heck of a run for Lachlan. Jose Alvarado was 19th, and then Andres Karam finishes inside the top 20. So that will do it for the pre-finals, folks. The fun just abundant here at the Florida Winter Tour. The fun is abundant, and so is the love. Valentine's Day weekend, and it's Valentine's Day today here at the Ocala Grand Prix. Tell someone you love them. And if you don't, lie. It's been a great day. It's been an awesome weekend. What more could you want to do, folks, than spend your Valentine's Day at a go-kart track? I know there are moms and wives and girlfriends here this weekend that probably can't even answer that question. They're so happy here. They're enjoying their time so much. Garrett Potter did something pretty cool. Went out and got all the ladies that work for us here at Max Speed some beautiful red roses. Just let them know how much they're appreciated. And the staff here at Max Speed, folks, as they head off the track to head for lunch, I got to say, I've worked with a lot of different karting organizations over the years and a lot of different promotions companies, and I've been a corner worker and I've been a track guy, and I've fallen on my face while pushing a shifter, and I've done all that. But the crew here at Max Speed is the best I've ever worked with. And this Valentine's Day, I love this crew. I just wanted to let them know that. So we're going to head to lunch. I know it's going to be something delicious. We're going to play a few videos for you during the lunch break. I think we have Paige Crawford's New York Minute queued up. Paige Crawford, an adorable micro rock driver, does an amazing impersonation of her mom, Jen. If you'd like to see that impersonation, come find me. I'll be walking around looking for bacon during the lunch break. But come back, folks. It looks like on the schedule we should be back around 12:50 Eastern Standard Time. I show 1:10 actually on our schedule. 1:10 is when we'll be back with our first main event of the day. So that's just after 1 o'clock Eastern Standard Time. Tune back in if you're watching live. We sure appreciate you guys tuning in. Looks like we have one shout-out before we go to lunch. Good luck, Justin White and Cartworks. We're watching from the White Mountains of New Hampshire. Go get them, buddy. That's from Aunt Sarah and Grandma. So Justin White getting a little bit of love. We're heading to lunch, folks. Stick with us. We'll be back at 1 o'clock Eastern Standard Time with more coverage of the 2016 Sofina Foods Florida Winter Tour. We'll see you after lunch.
The Mazda Road to Indy has been training and promoting the best, most ambitious open-wheel drivers and teams in North America. Now, Max Speed Group and Anderson Promotions brings to the Rotex karting world a unique... The Mazda Road to Indy has
All right, we're here with Oliver Askew, factory pilot for PSL Karting, Burrell Art. Oliver, Heat 1 went pretty well. Not a win like last.
The Mazda Road to Indy has been training and promoting the best, most ambitious open-wheel drivers and teams in North America. Now, Max Speed Group and Anderson Promotions brings to the Rotex karting world a unique opportunity to experience the next level in racing.
A lot of these karters have a dream of becoming an IndyCar racer, and that transition going from Rotex to the Mazda Road to Indy is finally there for them to be able to get a feel of that car.
The Mazda Road to Indy, where drivers and teams from around the world come to succeed. This is where it all starts. This is where you want to be.
I get home from work on Saturday morning about 4 to 5 a.m. On a good week, I did some prep early, and on a bad week, I'm doing it when I get to the track. Sleep is not an option. I unload, reg, driver's meeting, nap, qualify, race. It's not every weekend, but it's as many races as I can make. I used to race when I was younger, before New York and before getting married. I've always worn Bell. From bicycles to race cars, it's given me the best in safety when I've needed it the most.
The 2016 Safina, Florida Winter Tour. Presented by Fixie Wheels. In partnership with Motorsport.com and Ritmo Mundo.
All right, we're here with Glenn Packy Wheeler of Bell USA. Packy and Bell are a supporter of the Max Speed Group and Max Speed Entertainment program. Bell helmets, they have a history of safety and protecting people's heads in all forms of motorsport. Packy, which series are you promoting?
Today we're here promoting the go-kart series for the Rok Cup.
And you guys also do the IndyCar as well?
Do IndyCar, IMSA, NASCAR, all forms of racing. Formula One, Lewis Hamilton, got all kinds of nice big clients.
So you would say that your product line goes from karting to cars?
Yeah, our entry level is a GP2 Youth, which we make in a 4XS, which is extra small for a fit size, and goes all the way up to the HP7.
Now, is there a reason that children have to have the smaller helmet or a kid's helmet?
It incorporates the same safety features that the larger helmets do, but because of the smaller sizes of their heads, it's strictly, aimed or projected to that market.
So Bell has definitely done their research as far as the construction of a child's head compared to an adult's, and they definitely have safety in mind.
Exactly. And to take it a step further, for the junior drivers, we move up to the CMR label, which is mandatory in international rating. And that rating is a Snell USA rating and an FIA combined rating. And any child under 18 racing internationally has to have the CMR rating. That's a little larger shell designed more for just, the intermediate child as they're growing up.
Cool. And these helmets, where can guys pick them up this weekend if they want to grab one at the track?
They can come trackside here and get it from us. You can go to bellracing.com and purchase them online. We've given several discounts here at the Homestead and now at the Ocala event for anybody who's here. We've sold adult helmets as well as a lot of children's helmets, and it's really good. I mean, obviously we like to see sales, but I see these children out here, they're competing at really a high level, and it's really good to see that at least the adults think enough of their children to invest in that type of product. You know what I mean? That's first and foremost to me. I mean, I have a child who's now grown up, and
Did he wear his helmet the whole time though? You wouldn't know it.
I was going to say it doesn't appear. He's had some sort of incident. Maybe he was wearing a competitor's helmet when it happened. I don't know, but I hope he did. He did while Dad was there.
Good. Now, this weekend, we've got a lot of great drivers here. I see there's a big a growth in the Bell helmet selection, and people are definitely using them now. I think that's a direct result of you being here and providing support. If guys do need support with their helmets, are you doing on-track service for the lids?
Oh, yeah. Yeah, we provide, that's the difference between Bell and a lot of the other distributors of helmets, is that we do service. As you mentioned, I'm the IndyCar rep and the IMSA rep, so I am on site at all IndyCar events and 5 of the IMSA events. We not only service, or sell product, but we service. I've probably replaced 5 different, the foam, I-port foam liners here for the kids. We have shields. I'll install spoilers, replace chin straps, whatever it takes. If it's a major type of reconstruction or rebuild, we'll send it back to the factory, but we can do a lot.
All right, guys, so we're here at Florida Winter Tour. Heat 1 is just about finished up. I'm standing with Coy Arbor, the brand new team manager at PSL Karting. Coy is a very familiar face in the paddock, over 15 years of experience, a racer himself, probably one of the most technically certified gentlemen here as well. Coy, now that you've run almost 3 events at PSL, you've got a lot of great drivers under the tent. How's it going so far, and what are your expectations for the week?
Well, it's going pretty well so far. We had a few struggles and a few situations in Homestead, but we're making all the changes to get by those for next weekend, for the road tax weekend. This weekend, we're looking forward to a good weekend in the Rock with Oliver driving the shifter. We got Gianfranco Mazzaferro, who's just getting better in the shifter stuff. He's doing a good job also. Scott Davidson in the Master, just qualified pole actually. Well done for him. And Justin Arsenault this weekend with us, with Ben Cooper. Doing well as well. So looking forward probably for a win in each class.
Coy, now I know you've got quite a few drivers that are normally operating with you, and you guys operate with factory drivers. Are customers able to purchase these carts after the events? How does it work for you guys? Because, for me, I see so many chassis coming in and out and new carts. Where can people buy these carts if they are available?
Everything is available for sale. Whether it's from the factory drivers or the team drivers or the new stuff. Everything is for sale. You can just go...
what about those sunglasses?
If you want to buy them, they might be a little bit expensive than shelf tag retail, but they're for sale as well.
Good, Coy. So after this, you guys have the road tax weekend. Any big drivers under the tent?
Yes, we're going to have Jordan Lennox again next weekend on the Rotax Senior, Oliver Askew in the DD2. Oliver really quick in Olmsted, but just shy of the win from an unfortunate situation. Same thing for Jordan, so really looking forward to that. And all our other normal guys in Rotax as well.
Good. And, so far, I think it's looking like a strong season. PSL kicked it off on a high note, as usual. I think a lot of it has to do with the new energy and perspective you bring to the team. After the
So we're back once again here in Ocala, Florida. We thank all of you for tuning in live, and hopefully we weren't off the air for too long there. We are back, and if you're just joining us, Anthony Honeywell got away to an early lead here in the Masters Rock race. Adam Pettit came on like gangbusters around lap 3 or lap 4. He was right on Honeywell's back bumper for the opening 10, 11 laps. Honeywell started to stretch it out again in the middle portion of this race. It's a long 30-lapper, and as we're now inside of 8 laps to go, Pettit's close, not close enough. Purple that time by 38.547 to Honeywell's 38.766. 0.6 of a second is the gap from P1 to P2 right now. And I just don't know. I don't know much, as most people will tell you, but I really don't know if Pettit's going to be able to reel in Honeywell here or not. The way Anthony's been running, it's so hard to bet against him. I'd say that Pettit has speed, but you can't count out Anthony Honeywell right now. They come off the final corner. We'll see 7 to go here at the line. That time by, let's see who was quicker out of the two. Honeywell is going to get it. Honeywell lays down his best lap of the race, 38.73, but it's Pettit again who was quicker, 38.687. That cuts the lead down to half of a second, and we're lucky here in these main events. Chris Wheeler has joined us earlier than expected, which is just it's what we needed, Chris. You think Pettit's got anything here for Honeywell?
Well, I think Pettit has one big advantage, and that's Robbie Bujoso, who's been on the tools with him all weekend long. One of his strong suits as a driver was the fact that he was always so fast at the end of the race and able to close. So you got to assume that PCR is set up in the same way. But as you know, Honeywell, he's got a pretty awesome machine underneath him as well. I think it's right now these guys are just digging for all they can get. Honeywell, fastest again of his personal laps, 38.5, and Pettit ran a 38.6. I think Pettit's got the speed. He's just going to have to be perfect from here on out, and Honeywell's going to have to make a mistake or two because we all know you can catch him. That's not a big deal. It's getting around him. But now that Honeywell's starting to look over his shoulder, it might mean a whole other thing.
Catching them is one thing, Chris. Passing them is another. As our leaders come off the final corner, we now hit the 5 to go mark. This long 30-lapper has gone by pretty quick.
So Pettit goes purple again, 38.528 to a 38.578. So now 0.56 is the gap back. So while Honeywell's taking everything he can, putting his fastest race laps in, Pettit doing the same thing and doing just a little bit better. Once you get within about 2 kart lengths, though, Tony Laporta, it becomes a lot easier to make that decision, whether or not you go for it or you don't. So he's just trying to get to that spot where he can at least make an attack. That time by, Pettit slows down just a little bit from Honeywell. Gap now back over 0.6 of a second. So as Tony Laporta leaves us here in the booth to head down for some post-race interviews, we will bring this Masters event home. See if anything can happen. If Pettit can mount a charge in the closing laps. Can he? I don't know, but we will soon find out. Those of you at home, if you need to make a potty break, grab another cold one, refresh the bowl of popcorn. You might want to do it in just a few moments because it'll be 2 to go next time by for Anthony Honeywell, who went purple last time. You see now Pettit starting to close that gap just a little bit on this lap. Off turn number 7, Honeywell looking over the shoulder. Through the showcase turn, 2 to go. Cam Hager holding the sticks. Pettit's close as he's been in several laps here. Pettit goes purple, 37.370 to Honeywell's 38.567. Back under half a second rather. 0.4 is the margin, and Pettit's there. 2 kart lengths separate them now. Lap and a half remains. Honeywell, Pettit. Praga versus PCR. Off corner number 7. Honeywell sees him. A deep breath now. One more circuit remains here in Masters. White flag in the air. Honeywell. Margin stays the same. So Pettit able to close the gap here in the tight stuff. Probably 5 kart margin through turn number 4. Now 5. The PCR will close up just a little bit more. Left-hander at 6. Now through 7. 2 more turns remain for Anthony Honeywell. Should be clean and green to the checkers here. Through the showcase one more time. Here's your Rock Masters winner, Anthony Honeywell. So 2 hands in the air. About pulled a Morad crossing the stripe. But he secures the victory here in Masters. Honeywell, Pettit, Dewitt, Reiger, DiMatteo, your top 5. So we will have a very excited Anthony Honeywell on board the 677 Praga in just a few moments. So don't go anywhere. We're going to turn it over now to Mr. Tony Laporta down on grid side.
So we're down here on our Senior Rock pre-final. Well, it's the pre-grid for the final coming up next. I'm joined now by our Masters Rock P1 and P2 finishers, Anthony Honeywell. We talked to you before the race. Let's talk to Adam Pettit for a second. Adam, aerodynamic haircut. It worked towards the middle of the race. Did you think you'd have anything for Honeywell?
I was trying. He was running really good, and I think really what messed us up out there is one of the drivers crashed into the barriers early in the race, and it was hard to keep traction for all of us out there because there was, I don't know if it was water on the track or oil, but something was out there and it was making a squirrely all over the place. But Anthony ran a good race. We struggled all weekend with some oversteer problems on the cart, but overall, I guess I can't complain, but wish we would have finished ahead of this guy.
All right, Anthony, you had a heck of a run there. Adam came on like gangbusters, though, around lap 3. And the first opening 10 laps, he was right on your bumper. It looked like you slid a little bit on the exit of turn 4. Is that what happened?
Yeah, it looked like between turns 3 and 4, like Adam said, somebody put down some oil. So going into 4, it's a hard-on braking turn. And I think we all were slid. And I got in a little hot and slid way out, and he got a run on me. And I think even later that lap, he got a run on me going into turn 1. And he just made me drive my rear off the entire race.
Great self-censorship there.
He made me earn this one. A great competitor, raced me clean the entire time. I just want to thank Kyle Kunze, Team Tanda, Ocala Grand Prix, Chris Enderline, Mario Lafredo over there. I mean, there's tons of people, my mom, dad, everybody. Just a heck of a race. I had a lot of fun. We're definitely coming to Palm Beach. I love running the Florida Winter Tour.
Well, we love having you at the Florida Winter Tour. Adam, anybody you'd like to thank for getting you on the podium here in Ocala?
Yeah, my wife for letting me come racing this weekend because they're back. My wife and my kids are back at home, and I know they're watching out there. So.
What about your barber?
My barber, it's myself. Low maintenance, brother.
I like it. Adam Pettit, congratulations on second place. Anthony Honeywell, congratulations on the win. We'll see you guys at the podium. We're now going to talk to one of our senior rock drivers as they get ready to head out for their final. Ryan Norberg. I misspoke earlier, and I announced that you were racing for OTK USA. I apologize. You're obviously racing for the Orlando Kart Center. Sharp suit.
Thank you. I designed it myself, actually.
Really?
Yeah. I think it looks good.
I think it looks good also. You guys have had a great battle all weekend with Kyle Kirkwood and the rest of the OGP kids here. What do you have to do to beat Kyle to the finish line and stand on the podium on top?
Kyle's been really fast and really consistent all week. I mean, he's been putting down some strong laps, and he's out there really fast. So, yeah, I just got to be stronger and be more consistent.
You've got Kirkwood and his necklace teammate Austin Garrison back here messing with you a little bit, and that's not cool. You're trying to do an interview right now. I got to say to you, I haven't had the chance to talk to you. That move you made at the start of the pre-final where you walked around Kyle on the outside and got the lead off the green flag, that was the FedEx move of the weekend, I think, honestly. Tell me about that pass.
Well, I mean, the only time I'm close to Kyle is on the start. I mean, after that, he kind of pulls away from me, so I had to take advantage of the situation. So, yeah, I mean, hopefully we can get another one. I mean, we'll see.
What do you love about karting on this Valentine's Day?
Oh, just everything.
Just everything.
Actually, the thing I love most about karting is the Orlando Kart Center.
Wow. All right, talk about a sponsor like Ryan Norberg. Kyle Kirkwood, Austin Garrison, you two obviously want to be a part of this as well. Kyle, Austin, if he wants to talk, I'm not going to force him. Kyle, I don't care about your go-kart. I don't care about your performance this weekend. I really don't. What do you love most about karting on this Valentiniest of days? What do you love about karting?
Oh, just how all the teams here, we're all competing. I mean, there's hundreds of drivers here. I mean, such good competition, and everyone's pretty much the same speed. That's probably what I love most about it.
That is awesome. Your girlfriend did a fantastic job on the national anthem. Are you just happy that people now believe she's real?
Of course.
All right, Kyle. Well, congratulations on validating that, and good luck in this race. Austin, join us for a second. I know you love a lot of things in life, like fishing being one of them. What about karting gets your heart racing here on Valentine's Day?
Yeah, it gets my heart racing. I go out there, my adrenaline's pumping, and that's what I love about karting, because it's all just nerve-wracking before you go out on the racetrack.
Man, it sure is nerve-wracking. I'll tell you what, I like your jacket. I've got that same one.
Yeah, I earned mine.
Oh, you sure did, man. Well, that's Austin Garrison. He will be watching this senior rock race. Kyle Kirkwood and Ryan Norberg are your front row. We're getting ready for our second main event of the day, folks. Senior rock is getting ready to roll out next. And that's Andre Pedrosa back there, not Victor. That is Andre Pedrosa. He's tuning on Victor Franzoni. We're getting ready to go green flag in senior rock coming up next.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back here to a beautiful day in Ocala, Florida. On your screen, you see Senior Rok standing in the push-off chute. 18 drivers set to do battle here in the final. Let's start in the 18th spot, Mauricio Hernandez. 17th, Julia Booz. 16th, Sterling Fairman. And in 15th, Carlos Rodriguez Lopez. 14th will be Franco Carabetta. 13th, Brandon Collins. 12th, Dario Cangliosi. 11th, Sebastian Alvarez. 10th spot, the 369, Dominic Tesoro. And in 9th, Matthew Paesch. 8th, Zach Banks. 7th, Victor Franzoni. 6th, Luis Jose Forteza. 5th, Alan Galley. Row number 2, outside in the 4th spot, the triple-double deuce, Zach Holden. And in 3rd, the 303, Elaine Sisdelli. Now to the front row. Starting 2nd on board, the Orlando Kart Center 348. The only man to lead this race outside of your pole sitter, that'll be Ryan Norberg. And on the pole, a man that needs no introduction. On board, the Ocala Grand Prix Tony Kart, the 328, Kyle Kirkwood. Now, Tony Laporta joining me back here in the booth. And we are set here. All week long, it has been the Kyle Kirkwood show, other than a few laps in our pre-final when Ryan Norberg was able to get the jump, take the early advantage. He's shown at times he's got the speed. He's shown that he can make the pass stick. Question is now, will he be able to do it for the duration? Or will we have to pull out the broom here for Kyle Kirkwood in Rok Sr.? Tony Laporta catching your breath on that long jog. Back here from the grid, what are your thoughts here for Senior?
I'll tell you what, it's a light feeling down there on the grid. Those guys are having fun. Kyle Kirkwood, Ryan Norberg, Austin Garrison. He's not competing, but they're having fun down there, Chris, and that's the best part.
Hold that thought. We've got some issues. Looks like Dominic Tesoro stopped between 6th and 7th. Stopped on the track, looking at the right side, carburetor throttle cable area. Probably going to get a wave round here from your starters. He's still trying to get this CRG refired. The 369 machine. So we work to get our camera over there. They're going to put him in the tram lanes. Green, green, green. So they went for it. And how about the start? Sisdelli and Norberg 3 wide with Kirkwood into turn number 1. And Kirkwood's still going to be able to hold him off. Unbelievable there, Tony. You want to talk about, I have a feeling that Sisdelli went as good as he could, forced it through right in the middle. It seems to have worked out for him. I think he's going to be in the 2nd spot and Galley in the 3rd spot. No idea where Norberg fell to yet. Franzoni. Looks like 7th, 8th, 9th, somewhere around there is going to be where Norberg ends up. So that's disappointing. As they come by the stripe for the first time, Kyle Kirkwood leads it. Alan Galley, Elaine Sisdelli, Franzoni, Banks, Forteza, Norberg, your top 7. Oh, we got a big pile up in the middle of turns 2 and 3. Drivers stacked up like a Walmart parking lot. Trying to get a visual, Tony Laporta, now's not the time to start running out of talent.
Absolutely not. This is about the worst possible time you could have a problem like that pop up. You've made it through the whole weekend, and now we're here where it matters most, and it's not the time to want to be sitting in the middle of turn 2. Kirkwood brings him down the front straightaway. Let's take a look at the lap times here. Kirkwood goes purple, 37.325. Then Alan Galley, the tech speed driver, and Elaine Sisdelli, his teammate. This is starting to look a lot like Homestead, Chris.
Yeah, the tech speed kart's doing a good job. The only thing is this time they don't have to worry about Kyle Kirkwood coming from behind, as Kirkwood is long gone already. Got almost a full stretch between 6 and 7, separating him and 2nd place Alan Galley. It appears that Norberg in the 4th spot, now holding to 5th, Forteza in 6th. As they come by this time, you see the 2 tech speed drivers pushing each other, but they've got some ground to make up. It's already a 1.6 second advantage for Kirkwood. That time by Kirkwood ran a 37.380, Galley a 37.9. So 0.6 just that lap, and Kirkwood is checking out. In fact, I mean, call me crazy here, but with 27 to go now, 26 at the stripe, you think he can catch lap traffic?
Oh, absolutely. I mean, depending on what goes on with those carts that were parked in turn 2, you got some slow drivers involved in that incident that are rolling once again. Kirkwood can run up on him here before this thing is all said and done. But it's eerily similar to me what's going on right now with those two Tech Speed kids teamed up right on each other's bumpers. And, yeah, it's different from Homestead in the sense that they were leading there, and it was up to Kirkwood to chase them down. Now the roles are reversed. But these Tech Speed drivers have not really been in the mix all weekend. I know that might not, make some people happy to hear me say that, but they haven't. They really haven't been up inside the top 5 the entire weekend, and now here finally when it matters most in this main event, you see the two of them right there, Olin Galley in the 304 and Elaine Sisdeli in the 303. They're teamed up. They're mirroring each other as they drive down the track here, and they're doing everything they can to catch up to Kyle Kirkwood. The gap now 2.3 seconds from first back to second.
So even with these two Tech Speed drivers bumper to bumper pushing each other around this racetrack, using the aero advantage on the couple parts of the track where it really matters, Kirkwood's still 2-3 tenths faster lap all by himself as he now has that whole section between turn 6 and 7 covering those two Tech Speed carts. So knock on wood here, as long as Kyle Kirkwood's machine stays together, which it should, and he continues just to do his normal thing, he's out here on a Sunday test day at OGP.
Absolutely. Kyle Kirkwood, thousands of laps on this track a year, whether it's practicing, testing, club races, regional stuff, or big events like the Florida Winter Tour. It's not really going to phase Kyle Kirkwood. The kid was cool and collected, cracking jokes, and having fun down there on the grid. That was one of the coolest things to see. Not a head case, not inside his helmet, freaking out. 5 minutes before they fired the engines, he was walking around talking to his teammates, talking to old teammate Oliver Askew, having fun with his direct competition, Ryan Norberg. Just an absolute blast. Chris, we've got a shout-out that just got sent in to us from the one and only Miss Penny Askew. So shout-out to you and Wheeler for the absolute entertaining announcing you two are doing. If I was there, I would shower you with heart-shaped candy. Thank you and happy Valentine's Day. You and Wheeler are
I do
awesome.
love Mama Askew. So
she's the best.
Hello to her, hanging out back at the family house, probably relaxing, chilling by the pool, drinking a little wine. She's so cool. Hopefully she'll be here with us next weekend. That would be awesome. Haven't seen her in a while. But back to the racetrack as Norberg has left Holden and now started to close in on the Tech Speeds as he was about 3 tenths faster than him last time by. Kirkwood purple again, 36. 9.32, the only sub 37-second kart on the track. Galley goes his best, 37.4, so half a second. The lead now almost 4 seconds.
Kirkwood purple, as Chris said, 36.9. Man, the shout-outs are just flying in now. Artie Carpenter from the Pacific Northwest hanging out back at OSU in Corvallis, Oregon. Already tuning in to watch the live broadcast. Last year's Team USA representative from the Can-Am Karting Challenge in Senior Max. He was the 2015 class champion up there, and he is spending his Valentine's Day watching our live broadcast. So, Artie, thanks a bunch for tuning in, man. I sure wish you were here to racetrack with us, man. I hope you're having a great day. You need to call Bree right now and tell her happy Valentine's Day and quit watching these go-karts. On the screen, though, Ryan Norberg, your off-pole starter. He fell back a little bit at the start, as Chris said. Now he's starting to work his way back to the front, and with a vengeance. Chris, he has caught right up to these Tech Speed guys. He's the all-white suit. Orlando Kart Center is who he's repping, and he is about to give Elaine Sisdeli and Olin Galley a big headache here as we come down to see 19 to go. We're 11 into this race. Norberg tracking Tech Speed driver Elaine Sisdeli as they go through the chicane.
That time by Ryan Norberg, fastest man on the racetrack, as now he is on the backside of Sisdeli. A little shot to the back. That might have been a little something from the start when we saw Sisdeli jump up there and cause havoc in the front row, and I believe that's actually what sent Ryan Norberg off the pace early. But last time by, 37.0, even faster than your leader, Kirkwood.
Wow, Norberg is given the Tech Speed quite a pounding as they head into that last corner there. Norberg is letting Sisdeli know he's there. He pulls to the inside in turn 1, and he's through. Ryan Norberg starts to split up the Tech Speed party here at the front of the pack. He was pounding on Sisdeli's back bumper. Sisdeli's going to do everything he can to try and stick with Norberg, but not much to it. Norberg sets his sights on Olin Galley as we still have a long way to go here. 18 at the stripe. Norberg is coming.
So Norberg now 2-cart length advantage over Sisdeli as they head to the showcase one more time. 18 laps to go across the stripe they come. And at turn number one, a 37.2 to a 37.3. That's Norberg versus Galley. Meanwhile, Holden in the fifth spot goes 37.3, which is faster than Sisdeli as well, but he's got a lot of ground to make up as he's got Forteza all over the back of that Kuna USA Tony kart.
Tell you what, Chris, Norberg's a cool kid, man. He's just down there having fun on the grid, and he got shuffled back at the start here, obviously based on his action around these Tech Speed kids. Might have had something to do with one of those two drivers, and to see Norberg reel him back in, harass him a little bit, and then really just drive back around him. Ryan Norberg is playing with this field right now. Obviously, the one driver he's not going to be able to play with is Kyle Kirkwood. Kirkwood's lead now over 5.5 seconds here, as we'll get to see 16 to go at the line. It's the Tech Speed drivers engulfing Ryan Norberg here as they fight for second and third.
Last time by, Ryan Norberg 0.3 of a second faster than Olin Galley. You see him as they come off turn number 7. He is there. Plus a half and closing is the message. He's going to catch him to the bumper in the showcase. Exit shot, head down, get the draft. Oh, and he's going to block him. I think we've seen this move by Olin Galley before. If you think back to Homestead, kid is really good driving in the mirrors. No do to boot it. Through turn 3. Look at him. Brake check all over the place. This is starting to get ridiculous, Tony Laporta. He thought he would have learned his lesson in Homestead. Now he's going to be the guy that drives like an idiot and then wave his hand in the air. I just don't understand the philosophy here.
Well, Chris, you and I obviously don't agree on a lot most times, but I will say these Tech Speed drivers have an extremely interesting philosophy when it comes to sharing the track with their fellow competitors. I will never understand how Olin Galley and Elaine Sisdeli choose to race their competitors the way they do. And this early in the race, we are just now getting to the halfway point as Kyle Kirkwood goes purple, 36.889. Norberg to the inside in 4. He's through once again.
But now the plot thickens. All of this back, forth, side by side, as Forteza got around Holden, has allowed those two to really close up now on this battle. And that is what's going to change the outcome of this race when you talk about the podium here. Obviously, Norberg's got the speed to run back down Sisdeli as Galley all over him now. But Forteza and Holden have now joined the battle. And these two were hanging out by themselves, 5th and 6th, without a chance at running these two down, or any of these three, rather, for a podium spot. And now they find themselves in the mix with 13 to go at the stripe. You got to question the philosophies, man. I can't say it any more clear than that.
I agree with you, Chris. I mean, I truly do wonder if these Tech Speed guys don't realize that if they just work together and drive cleanly, they probably stand a better chance. But because of all the egregious blocking and defending that they've been doing with Ryan Norberg, they've essentially just been playing a high-speed game of Nana Boo Boo with Ryan Norberg. It's allowed Luis Jose Forteza and Zach Holden to catch up and make this an unnecessarily big fight for what's really only second place. The Tech Speed guys would have been just smarter to back off and race with each other as Forteza gets around one of the Tech Speed drivers. He tries to bring Holden with him through the switchbacks. It doesn't work there. Forteza, now Holden gets the spot as the Tech Speed teamwork not really paying off the way they thought it would, Chris.
Now I can tell you this, Galley may think he can muscle his way around this racetrack with some guys. But if he tries that stuff with the pride of Greenfield, Indiana, Zach Holden, he's got another thing coming. Anytime your dad is a construction concrete guy, you're built with a little bit different attitude on certain things, and he's not going to get pushed around by a guy that wants to drive like that. But it doesn't seem like it's going to be a problem as of right now. So the storm kind of calming down now as we come to 11 to go. Kirkwood already at the start-finish line. Sisdeli, Norberg, Forteza, Holden, Galley, the top 6, and they've all kind of calmed back down. Now let's see if Norberg can run down Sisdeli and allow this battle to heat up once again. That time by Sisdeli 37-3 to Norberg's 37-1. I want to make one thing clear to you at home and anybody listening to us right now. Tony and I speak purely from what we see, have nothing to do with anything that's official, unofficial, or any sort of voicing opinions that matter when it comes to that. We are simply calling it how we see it, giving our personal opinions. And if you don't like it, well, send an email. Let me know your thoughts.
Yeah,
Sure to give you a special shout out.
Live at FloridaWinterTour.com. Chris does bring up a good point. We are simply reporting what we see, and what we see, at least a few laps ago, was a whole lot of blocking. But thankfully, it has come to an end for the moment. We're inside of 10 laps to go. Kyle Kirkwood really driving well here. Chris, maybe a few shout outs?
We got one right here from Robbie Seward. I want to give a shout-out to Adam Pettit, his second-place finish in Rock Masters. Great job. The announcing and Norberg giving the tech carts a taste of their own medicine. Give them a good time. Sorry, Robbie, can't really close off the rest of it on the broadcast, but we love you anyway, buddy. Hope you're trying to stay warm back home in Indiana. Things are starting to calm down on the racetrack, and Kyle Kirkwood continues to pull away. The leader now coming through turn number 6. Now to turn number 7, your leader, Kyle Kirkwood, headed back towards the showcase turn. Easy left hand down, roll off the throttle, pick it back up, hit your marks. Hanging his right hand over the airbox. This has got to feel like one of those times when you're doing a class with Alex Speed here at OGP, and he says, he fuels up the gas tank and says, don't come in until I tell you. You're all alone.
You know, I got to be honest with you, Chris, we've mentioned it a couple times. You have especially. A lot of these rock competitors, I understand it's the way the airbox is constructed, but explain to us and explain to a fellow announcer maybe who's not as worldly as yourself. We've seen it in mini rock. We've seen it in junior rock and now in senior rock. What are the kids doing when they're putting that right hand over the air intake?
Well, obviously the rules are a certain way on the restrictions on how the air can enter the airbox and then to the carburetor. So you can't have a bolted-on piece that forces the air in as you would like in a scoop, right? Or an injector hat, something like that in other forms of motorsports. But there's no rule that says you can't simply put your hand down
and force a little bit of air.
And force a little bit more air into it than would be getting into it normally. So whether it works, whether it doesn't, that's a question for a guy like Mike Speed or a Martin Kuna, somebody who actually knows a lot more about the engines and the carburation than I do personally. But that's kind of the basis.
Fair enough. As we continue to near the end of our Senior Rock final here, Kirkwood not slowing down at all. 36.844. The kid is on rails here. 24 laps into a 30-lap final. Ocala Grand Prix, a short little bull ring of a racetrack. What does that mean for all of you at home? It means we get more laps racing, but these races are still just clicking off like mad. As we near the end, they'll see 5 to go when they get to the line. Kirkwood at the stripe now as our second-place battle enters the front straightaway right about now. So that gives you some kind of idea of the gap. At the line, it's 7.1 seconds. Norberg doing everything he can to try and reel in Elaine Sisdeli as the gap between those two is only 0.3 of a second. 4.5 to go here. Norberg hard on the brakes in 4. He's got Sisdeli in his sights through the switchbacks, the left, the right-hander, now into 6, an unwinding fast corner. You got to get back to the left side of the track to set up for the fast right-hander. Turn 7 now over the dogleg in 8. They head down the back straightaway into turn 9. 4 laps remaining. Norberg, does he have enough time to reel in Elaine Sisdeli? Let's look at the gap here. It was 0.3 last time by. Now it's 0.2. Norberg smells blood in the water, and it's coming from the 3:03 of Elaine Sisdeli. Chris, Norberg is there. When does he make the move?
So Norberg's there, and I think he knows it's not going to be an easy task to get around the tech speed. He's going to go as soon as he can. And here he goes. They're 2x2 headed now through turn number 6. Crossover. Headed to 7. Sisdeli looking over him. Another brake check. A little early still, I think, to be driving that way, but what do I know? Into the showcase.
It was early, probably 10 laps ago when they were doing it then, too. So, Norberg down the front straightaway. They see 3 to go. Norberg inches to the inside. Cisdelli defends conservatively, not walking him all the way down to the grass, but Norberg thought better of it and knew it wasn't worth getting crossed up here. Still, with this many laps to go, 3 remaining. Norberg wants to take a look in 4. He's right on Cisdelli's back bumper. When does he make the move? Through the switchbacks. They head for 6. Norberg right there. Does he make the move? No. Cisdelli defends. I don't think he's going to take a look down the back straightaway. It's going to have to be as they head to 1. Cisdelli defends. They come through the showcase. Cameron Egger shows them 2 laps to go down the front straightaway. Cisdelli driving a pretty conservative line, all things considered, I think, Chris.
Yeah, Cisdelli just doing everything he can to keep Norberg behind him through turn number 3, headed to 4. Norberg on the bumper. Nothing there. Going to head to 5 now. You see Norberg sets up about a half a car length to the outside of Cisdelli every time, just so he can try and carry a little bit more momentum, a little bit more speed. Now 2 by 2 into 7. He's going to check up, and Norberg's going to get the drive off the corner. Pushing the bumper, pushing the bumper. He's going to fan out, try and get the crossover move on him. He crosses them in the center. Now to the exit. 2 by 2, headed down the front straightaway. Cisdelli runs him down to the grass. Norberg has no choice but to slot back in line.
Ryan Norberg slots back into second. Elaine Cisdelli drove that front straightaway the exact way he needed to. He made one move up front. There we see your leader, Kyle Kirkwood, as he is clean and green all the way to the end. He's making his way through the final corner. He's got nothing stopping him. Cam Egger nearly drops the double checkers. Don't worry. Kirkwood scores the win. And then how about the fight for second? Forteza has caught up to Norberg's back bumper. He carries a ton of speed into the final corner. It's not going to be enough. Cisdelli gets him. Norberg is going to round out your podium in third. Forteza close, but no cigar. How about that? Defensive driving of the year has got to go to Elaine Cisdelli. He holds on to second place. And Kyle Kirkwood scores a dominant victory. Hey, let's go down and talk to a few Mini Rock drivers. What do you say? We're going to go see who's on the grid and who wants to talk to us. Stick with us, folks. Kyle Kirkwood is your victor here in Senior Rock. We're going to go talk to some of my favorite Mini Rock drivers.
All right, we're here with Oliver Askew, factory pilot for PSL Karting, Burrell Art. Oliver, Heat 1 went pretty well. Not a win like last time. You got a lot of pressure from Danny Formal, man. Danny Formal is on it this weekend. How is it?
All right, so we're down here on the starting grid for our Mini Rock main event. I'm joined with our front row, Tyler Maxson, and his Bennick teammate, Derek Carminante. Guys, you ready for this race? Tyler, you're starting on pole. What's the strategy in the opening lap of a pretty long main event here?
just try to get away from the rest of the pack, obviously.
Derek, they get shuffled back because you're on the outside and that inside line's able to move up. What do you have to do from the off pole position to make sure you don't let him get away? On the off pole position, we've seen guys really have a hard time.
You want to hold back a little bit, then get on the gas when you see him get on, so you're with him.
Okay, so you're looking to kind of manipulate the start a little bit, lay back, and then be able to take off when you see him go.
Yes.
Okay, Tyler, you're starting on the pole. You picked up 2 heat race wins, I think. Is that right?
Yep.
All right, so you got to be feeling pretty confident. You like racing here at Ocala?
Yeah, it's a really fun track, short track, so we get a lot more laps in the main than we would at a longer track.
That's very correct, man. We do get a lot more laps, and who doesn't love more laps of racing? It's Valentine's Day. Do you guys got any Valentine's Day wishes you want to send anybody? Derek, you got a girlfriend back home you want to say hi to?
Nope, I'm a loner.
You're a loner. All right. Buddy, you're not a loner until you're a 22-year-old kart announcer that hangs out at go-kart tracks every weekend. Okay, Tyler, what about you? You got a Valentine's Day wish you want to send anybody?
I just want to say thanks to my mom and dad for letting me be here today.
Heck yeah, man. Tyler Maxon and Derek Carmenante, guys, thanks for talking to me. Good luck, okay?
Yep, thank you.
All right, good luck, Tyler.
Thanks.
Tyler Maxon and Derek Carmenante. That kid's not a loner. He's awesome. We're getting ready to go with our mini rock race. It looks like Kyle Kirkwood and the rest of the senior rock drivers are at the scale line. We're going to let them head to tech, and we will get ready in about 8 minutes for our mini rock main event. They're on the grid getting ready to roll out next. Nick Neri. Hey, he looks like he wants to say something. Nick, you're dressed very professionally today.
Oh, thank you. It's cold out for Florida for me.
Apparently it is. I'm from Colorado, and I could put on shorts right now. What is this weather? Does it really play an effect? You got a lot of sun out right now, but the air temperature is a little bit lower. You're working on these karts. Does that affect how you guys set them up this weekend?
Definitely the weather affects everything, but it's a beautiful day for racing, and just get excited to get the final underway.
So as a former sponsored Team Ocala Grand Prix driver, tell me something about this track that the winner of this race is going to have to do. What is Maxon, Derek Carmenante, Matias Mergado, Rafael Camaro, what are these kids, Reese Gold, what are they going to have to do to get the win here at Ocala Grand Prix?
The biggest thing with cadet racing, you just got to put yourself in the right position on the last lap. Ocala being such a small track, it's really difficult. The last lap's short, so if you're not up front, you don't have a lot of time to make that last lap move that you need. And if you're in the lead, there's a lot of passing points here, so it makes it difficult to block.
Nick Neri, it's Valentine's Day. I've been asking everybody, so what do you love most about karting?
Oh God, that's tough. Just the whole atmosphere. I've been racing karts for 15 years, and I'm still coming back even though I'm not driving.
You still are coming back, even though people ask you not to. Happy Valentine's Day.
Thank you.
So now one more interview really quick before we go back to the booth. Kyle Kirkwood, I get tired of talking to you so much. I really do. A great run in that main event. Tell me about it.
I mean, it was a good run, obviously. We got the whole shot, came out first. I pulled a little bit of gap, so I didn't have to do any defensive blocking going into the hairpin or the tree corner. I thought the tech speed drivers would be able to hang with me for the first couple laps, but I looked behind me, and they were a good 10 karts behind me, so I knew I could just calm down and run my race.
Kyle Kirkwood, congratulations on the win. I'm not going to ask you about Valentine's Day because you'll probably say something weird. So congratulations, and we'll see you at the podium later on this afternoon, okay?
Thank you very much, Tony.
Kyle Kirkwood, your Senior Rock main event winner here in Ocala, Florida. Mini Rock coming up next. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to tropical vacation destination Ocala, Florida, home of the world-renowned Ocala Grand Prix, home of the Florida Winter Tour, at least this week and at least the month of February, as we are contesting rounds 2 of the Sofina Food Florida Winter Tour, presented to you by Fixie Wheels. On the track now, Chris Wheeler, it is our mini rock field. We got a chance to talk to Tyler Maxson and Derek Carminante down there on the grid. Man, and those kids are awesome. It was fun to talk to them.
Now, before we get too far into this, I got to tell you, Tony, a special Valentine's Day shout-out to a woman that lives in my heart. Her son, Scott Schmidt, here working with Danny Formal this weekend. So, Ann, back home. Hopefully we'll see you next month in West Palm. But happy Valentine's Day. We miss you. We hope you're feeling well. And hopefully we'll see you here very soon. Tony Laporta, back to you.
Let's take a quick look at that starting grid as they make their way into the final corner. It's Maxson and Carminante up front, Camara and Mergado in row 2, Gold and Agozi in row 3, Mars and Wellage in row 4, and then Wellage and Maisel round out your top 10. We'll talk about those drivers and more. They're not going to go green this time by. There is no way they were going green that time by. Jack Crawford rolls 11th, Yusuf Mula 12th, Anthony Willis and Devin Gomez in the 13th and 14th spot. William Robusto rounds out your top 15. Let's talk about a few shout-outs we got really quickly. Jack Crawford has got some love coming to him from the Northwest, Oregon. Greg Pearson says, Jack Crawford, I'm rooting for you, buddy. And then Greg's son, Josh Jazz Hands Pearson, says, tell Reese I'm rooting for him. Go Gold. So it's always fun to hear from the folks up Northwest way. Artie Carpenter, Greg, and Josh Pearson, man. We wish you guys were here right now. Greg and Josh, we will see you in a few days when you're down here for Road Tax. Josh Pearson coming off a big win last month at Homestead Karting. Man, that kid drove a fantastic race, and I'm sure he's back home in Oregon now watching this mini rock race come down, getting ready for their green flag. Into the tram lanes we go. Cameron Egger, what do you say? Are we going racing? No. They still don't like that speed. Maxson and Carminante have got to slow him down, Chris.
Yeah, I'm not really sure what's going on there. Both drivers kind of sitting there. You can see Carminante, I believe it is, on the outside of row number 1, looking, staring over at Maxson as they come down into the tram lanes. Kind of going off his call. I mean, it is the job of the pole sitter to lead and pace the field. Hopefully they'll get it right this time.
That is what Derek Carminante told me down there on that pre-race interview. Chris, he said, I asked him, I said, how do you keep from getting shuffled all the way back on that outside pole position? What do you do to make sure you don't lose too many positions and stay even? And Derek basically said, I'm going to lay back. I'm going to do everything I can to watch Tyler on pole and match what he does. And then when he goes, I'm going to go as well. Beautiful look at our starting grid. Big full field. 34 karts in total to my Bermudian friends. Yep, that is a lot of go-karts as they make their way around the final corner. Let's try it one more time here. Tyler Maxson, Derek Carminante, what do you say? Oh, they're waving that off too. Taylor Jocelyn was waving them off when they got to the exit of that last corner. So this is our third attempt. I don't believe, though, that the So that's interesting. They originally displayed the red and yellow flag. That's the restart combination of flags here at the Florida Winter Tour. But now Cameron Egger, your chief starter, has a red flag displayed about row 4, maybe back here on the starting grid. So they're going to come to a full and complete stop as Chuck Yoder, your race director, the gentleman with the hat, brings this field down to the stop. Chuck wants them stopped right there, and that's what they're going to do. They basically come to a stop at the yellow acceleration line. as Maxon parks it just a few feet away. And then Derek Carminante, you're off pole. The entire field now with visors up. Madeline Egger on the front straightaway as well with grid sheets in hand. It looks like we should have Scott Gordonier, Taylor Jocelyn, and Cameron Egger. That's who's down there handling this situation right now. Compliments to these Mini Rock drivers for listening, coming to a good, safe stop. There's a really cool shot right there of all of them lined up 2 by 2. As these race directors are going to go to work talking to these kids. Let's take a look really quick and read some other shout-outs that we've been getting here. Chris, I think you got some of those lined up. That's a shout out to Jason Wellage. Was that what you just read? He told me, he just told me during the lunch break that his mom would be sending a shout out. So, Mr. Wellage, your mom was not lying to you. She sent you that shout out.
Little technical difficulty.
Chris, it's okay, man. Last month in Homestead, I read the wrong starting grids for an entire warm-up lap. And
well, if it wasn't for our buddy Timmy Tech over here, I would have known my mic wasn't even on, but
that's all right, man. It's not important. You're all good.
We got the Mars family over here, cuddled up on the grandstand, showing some Valentine love on the kiss cam, telling us good job, we love you. No, I just got a chance to talk to Mark Gold, and I keep talking about how Reese is in the Ticket Clinic special. And I asked myself, what's the slogan? I want to know what it is. I'm trying to get Tony Laporta a job to do all the voiceovers here for the new commercials. And here it is. Now, Mark, I apologize if I don't give this justice, but it's don't pay that ticket. Call the Ticket Clinic, 1-800-CITATION. So, Mark Gold, that one's for you, buddy.
Wow. I think you should be doing the voiceovers there, Chris.
Little thumbs up. Mark Gold, obviously, kind of weird seeing him stand in one spot. I've never seen him stay put that long when the sun's on the track. He usually gets a good 18,000 steps a day. Meanwhile, the cart that was slow to get started now is just going to tap to the tail, let the leaders come by him, and then tag up here through the showcase as we get ready to look to go green. Finally here in Mini Rock.
Let's see if it works this time by Maxon Carminante into the tram lanes. Cameron Egger, what say you? Wow, they broke early out of their tram lane, 6th on back. But finally, we get the green flag, and we are racing. Derek Carminante does a good job. In fact, he does a great job at using that off-pole starting spot, and he doesn't get shuffled back at all, if at all little bit. He only loses one spot. That should be Rafael Camara, I believe, that gets around him and picks up the second position. It's either him or Matias Morgado. I believe that may be Morgado.
So Camara into second. Then it'll be Carminante. Carminante going to get it past here by Morgado through the tree turn. Then it'll be Reese Gold. Then Jetpack Jack Crawford. Then Agozi. After Agozi, it looks like it might be our Arizonan.
Anthony Willis.
Yeah, Willis and Wellage.
After coming from 25th on the starting grid in the pre-final, Anthony Willis running very well. He's 8th on the track right now. Jason Wellage 9th. He just got a shout-out from his mom. And then Devin Gomez rounds out your top 10 here.
Meanwhile, up front, a little bit of moving going on. Camara off and back on. Who's he going to take with him? And it's Gold. So Gold gets shuffled back because Camara drives off the track, turn 4, stays in the dirt. But Wellage, the big winner here, he's going to take 2 or 3 spots with him. Now into the 6th position for Jason Wellage. So that, when you go off the track, Tony, is what you call a hucklebuck. So this time by the stripe, Maxon, Morgado, Carminante, Jetpack, Jack Crawford goes purple. Gold, Wellage, Willis, your top 7 through turn number 2, now to turn number 3.
On your monitor, you see the fight for the lead. Max and your pulse that are out front, and right behind him, he sees the bright orange helmet of Matias Morgado. Morgado right on Maxon's back bumper as they come out of the switchbacks and head for 6. Maxon starting to defend a little bit on corner entry. He's got to be careful because anything he does will only hurt his momentum. Matias Mercado right on his trail as they head to 9. Mercado to the inside. They're wheel to wheel through the showcase. Mercado's there, and he's through. Matias Mercado to the front. Max in your pole sitter shuffles back to second.
Now this is something to watch right here. I talked to Rick Maxon, young Tyler Maxon's father, before the final. Just chit-chatting, talking about life, and I said, by the way, here's my theory. Take it for what you want. Tyler had one of the fastest carts in the pre-final. Ended up third at the stripe because when he did get passed out of the lead, it took him about 2 more corners to get connected back in and re-engage himself. I said, look, I'm not going to tell your son how to race. I'm just giving you my opinion because I like you. He had the talk with Tyler, and you saw right there, Tyler Maxon did not waste any time re-engaging himself to the back bumper of Matias Morgado, and that might be one of the things that changes the outcome when this one's over.
You bring up a great point, Chris. If you let the guys get away from you right off the bat when they pass you, your race is over. You've got to get on the offensive immediately. Once you realize that you're no longer playing defense, you have to play offense. Tyler Maxon doing a good job of that right now. Let's take a quick look at your top 10 as they run right now. You see them roll through the switchbacks. Matias Mercado getting around Tyler Maxon 2 laps ago for the lead. Maxon now back to second. Then in third, we've got ourselves a hootenanny of a race. It's going to be Derek Carminante, Jack Crawford, and Reese Gold as they head into the showcase turn. Let's see here if Crawford has anything for Derek Carminante. Crawford wants to pull out and take a look. He does. Crawford down to the inside in 1. This is the fight for third, and he's through. Jack Crawford turning the jetpacks on here as he picks up the third position. That shuffles Crawford up a spot, Carminante down 1, but watch out, Chris. It's the Ticket Clinic special. Reese Gold, who was quickest that time by, number 155, with a lap time of 40.446. Jason Wellage on the top cart 6th. Agozi 7th. Kamara 8th. Willis 9th. And comp cart driver Luca Mars, don't call him Caleb Bacon, runs in 10th.
So Morgado able to open up big time that lap over Tyler Maxon. The gap now 0.6 of a second. Something we don't see very often here in Mini Rock. Through turn number 3. Third, fourth, fifth. Crawford, Carminante, Gold closing in on young Tyler Maxon now.
We got a good fight here still on your monitor. That's for third place. Jack Crawford has the position. Off-pole starter Derek Carminante wants third place back, but he's got to be careful, Chris, because he's got Reese Gold breathing down his neck. That's the fight on your monitor you see right now as they head into the final corner, turn to number 9. Third, Crawford. Fourth, Carminante. Fifth, Gold. Then ahead of them, it's Maxon. Here we go. We might have a fight. Reese Gold wants to pull up and make a move. He's alongside. They're wheel to wheel. They're 2-stepping out there right now. Reese Gold gets the 4th position away. Yellow flags flying in between turns 3 and 4. That incident looks to be taken care of. Reese Gold with a beautiful pass, pulled out of the draft, down the front straightaway, went wheel to wheel with Derek Carminante through that long sweeping late apex turn number 1. And Chris, he never lifted, he never faltered, he took the spot, and he's not going to look back.
And now they've caught Tyler Maxon. See Crawford and Gold, Carminante in line. Third, fourth, fifth. Now in the same shot as second place Tyler Maxon. Maxon looking over shoulder. He's going to blend down to the bottom side of the racetrack. Through turn number 1. About a half a cart length separates each one individually through 2. Now the left-hander, turn number 3. As they come off turn number 3, headed to turn number 4 one more time. Crawford's going to pull out, go to the bottom, try and bring Gold with him. Maxon not going to let it happen. Gold on the outside now, not where you want to be.
But he's
going to hold it. So Gold stands strong on the top. And he's going to make it stick as he's now to P number 3. Maxon, Carminante. Now welcome Wellage. No! Maxon, Carminante both to the bottom of Gold. So Gold will slot in right in front of Jason Wellage.
And this has allowed Wellage and James Agozi to join this fight for what a while ago was just 3rd spot. But now this fight covers 3rd, 4th, 5th, and 6th with James Agozi, the caboose on this train. Matias Mercado out in front. Jack Crawford leading this big pack right here. Tyler Maxon, Derek Carminante, Reese Gold, Wellage, and Agozi This is an awesome battle we got on our hands right now, and it's the type of racing you come to expect, Chris, with these mini Rok and mini Max level age kids. They get in trains, they get hooked up, and man, they are just going to put on a passing clinic out there right now.
Speaking of clinics, a ticket clinic special. Reese Gold got back around Carminate there on that previous lap. So Gold back in the 4th spot. You see him pushing Maxon down into turn number 1. Morgado, long gone. 1.7 seconds out in front of Jetpack Jack Crawford. Crawford with a decent gap. Then back to 3rd of Tyler Maxon. And then it is a gaggle of go-karts. You see some more passes. I think that's Wellage around Carminate. So the points that are coming into the weekend under fire here as they come through turn number 7. Agozi now on the backside. Then it'll be Kamara through the showcase. These drivers trying to do everything they can, but it's Matias Morgado and Jetpack Jack Crawford. Meanwhile, Gold to the bottom. Tyler Maxon in turn number 1. He makes it stick. Pulls the tear off, head down. There he goes. So you've got 4 Bennett carts in a battle with a top cart trying to run down 2 Energies. As Morgado and Crawford show the pace here. Morgado still checked out 2 seconds even last time by. And now your leader headed to the showcase.
Those Bennett carts have done phenomenal here in the mini Rok category over the last 12 months, Chris, and I wish I knew their secret, but Ben and Nick have done a phenomenal job as we watch their drivers run all the way through the top 10 here. Matias Morgado, he's one of the drivers, he's one of the few that is not on a Bennett cart. He's on a blue chassis. It's the Energy. Behind him, a fellow Energy driver, Jack Crawford, and then it's a few Bennetts, Reese Gold and Tyler Maxon. And we see top cart driver Jason Welch, Carminante, and Agozi on Bennetts. And then it is one more Bennett, Anthony Willis, inside the top 10.
So Welch in the top cart gets around Maxon that time, put himself into the 4th position. So Jason Welch, we did not see him in Homestead, but he's been doing a lot of racing with Top Kart USA this winter around the southeast here. Finds himself, he's been working at it all weekend, chipping away a little bit at a time, now finds himself in the top 5.
You know, I talked during the lunch break to James Agozi. He's walking around in a cutoff shirt, like a weightlifting shirt, and I said, James, you look great, you look big, you look like you've been lifting. And he says, yes, I lift every Wednesday at 4 o'clock right after school. So the kid obviously putting the physical side into this racing that it's definitely needed in 30 laps here at Ocala Grand Prix, Chris. It's a long race. It's physical. And James Agozi, man, he's investing in the physical side of things.
Well, good thing this one's only 20 laps
Good
because
point.
it's mini Rok.
Good point.
And we are just past halfway now. It was 8 to go at the stripe that time for your leader, Matias Morgado. Morgado runs his fastest lap of the race that time by. On lap 14 was a 40.540 to Crawford's 40.7. Then it's a 40.5, 40.4, 40.7, 40.5. That's your top 6 last time by. As Reese, Gold, and Welch now on the back bumper of Jetpack Jack Crawford. Gold won't sit there for long. He wants to run to the front. Only driver. He and Welch, the only 2 drivers actually as fast or faster than your leader every lap here. This time by. Not the same tone. Morgado and Crawford run their fastest to 40.4 to 40.5. These guys trying to do everything they can.
You know, Chris, you're rattling off a lot of numbers there, and sometimes I get confused when I hear too many numbers. But if I'm looking at these laps, Welch is your quickest guy out there right now.
Speaking of Welch and numbers, he just went from 4th to 3rd on a move on Reese Gold in turn number 5. Now through 7 they come. Top Kart USA factory pilot Jason Welch. Now into 3rd with Reese Gold hot on his bumper. Now Welch has his sights set on Crawford as Morgado goes purple once again. 40.438 for Morgado. No plans of looking back. It'll be 5 to go next time at the stripe. But the race on the track is for 2nd position. Welch to the bottom. Nailed it. Jason Welch to 2nd.
I'll tell you what, Chris, I said a little while ago, I think Jason Wellich has the speed to crack the top 5. He did, and then once he got to 5th, I didn't know what he could do. He gets gold for 4th. He just got Crawford and the rest of those guys. He now runs 2nd. Jason Wellich having a phenomenal race here as we see 5 to go. Crawford wants to take a look and battle a little bit here, but he's smart to hold his water and just follow Wellich here for the next lap or two. He can't make the move too early or it really will bite him. But Jason Wellich coming out of about the bottom half of the top 10 here to fight for not only a podium spot, but the 2nd spot on this podium here. Wellich, the Lone Ranger, as you called him on the top card, running very well. What do you think the odds are this might encourage a few more Top Kart drivers to join us in West Palm next month?
I think it'd be awesome to have the Top Kart USA staff here from Indianapolis next round in West Palm Beach running with the Rok program. As Crawford looking, nothing really there. I think he's doing more defense than offense with that move. But bounces hard off that inside curb. Reminds me of Danny Formal years back. So Wellich on the Top Kart, like you said, would be awesome to see Billy McLaughlin and his Top Kart USA program. But gold to the bottom. Gold's going to get around Crawford now. Ticket Clinic special. Off turn number 7. Sights now set on the 105 of Jason Wellich. But Matias Morgado on the energy cart. Long gone, 3.5 seconds down the road. You don't see a breakout like this very often in Mini Rock.
No, you certainly don't. It's been pack-style racing for the longest time here in the mini categories, and that is not what Matias Morgado likes about mini-level racing, man. He wants to get out front, he wants to lead, and he wants to run away from his competition, and that's what he's done. The gap, 3.5 seconds, P1 back to P2. Let's give you a field rundown here before we get to the end of this thing. Morgado leads Wellich, who's having the run of his life right now in 2nd. Reese Gold runs 3rd. Jetpack Crawford is in 4th. Agozi, the little guy, up to 5th. Those gym sessions are paying off. Derek Carminante and Rafael Camara battled. Camara ends up 6th. Mars 7th. Carminante slips to 8th from the off pole. Willis 9th, Maxon 10th, Valeria Vargas, Ashton Chilton, Gomez Montoya, and Ryan Rackley are your top 15 here as Matias Morgado is just waiting to see that white flag flying. We're inside of 2 to go, Chris.
And a great job here by the young Ryan Rackley out of Georgia. Had to run in the LCQ yesterday.
You're right.
Won the LCQ and has fought his way really hard. You see Carminante off of 7 in the dirt through the 8th kink there in front of Camara. White flag in the air. Matias Morgado, Wellich, Gold, Crawford, Agozi, your top 5. Luca Mars up into P number 6 now.
The leader, Matias Morgado, just making it all way around the track one final time. It's been a long weekend of racing here, qualifying in a heat on Friday. 2 rounds of heat yesterday in LCQ for this category. A pre-final this morning, and now our main event. Matias Morgado has been near the front all day. He's been near the front all week, and now out of the final corner, your winner in Mini Rock, it's going to be the 162 Matias Morgado. With both hands up in the air, that is a happy young man. Jason Wellich, Chris, what about the run for the Top Kart driver?
Yeah, Top Kart USA pilot Jason Wellich, beautiful run into that 2nd spot. Reese Gold, Jack Crawford, James Gozi, you're rounding out your top 5.
So that'll do it for Mini Rock Racing. Luca Mars comes home 6th. I gave Caleb Bacon's mom a rose this afternoon during lunch. I feel like I should have given Luca's mom the rose just to apologize for the whole name snafu earlier this weekend. Luca Mars, though, has a fantastic run in 6th place. Derek Carminante 7th, Rafael Camara 8th. Anthony Willis 9th. Good run for Anthony, coming from 25th on the starting grid in this pre-final, end up inside the top 10. And then an unfortunate turn of events for Tyler Maxon, your pole sitter. He's going to end up 10th when it's all said and done. Valeria Vargas comes home 11th. Ashton Chilton 12th. Devin Gomez was 13th. Sebastian Montoya 14th. And as Chris pointed out, transfer driver from the LCQ, Ryan Rackley ends up 15th. Then it's Jankowski in 16th, Arsenault 17th, Wharton the 2nd, 18th, Mula and Trisney, your top 20 here in Mini Rock main event. Folks, we'll see those drivers at podium celebrations later this afternoon. It's time to bang gears, though. Shifter Rock Senior and Shifter Rock Masters are coming up. Can Chuck Yoder make it through the weekend one more time without hearing another one bites the dust in his ears? We're going to find out when we come back, folks. You're watching live coverage of the 2016 Sofina Foods Florida Winter Tour, brought to you by Fixie Wheels. And we're back, ladies and gentlemen, in Ocala, Florida. It's my main man on the switches, the unknown producer next to me. Unfortunately, Chris Wheeler's not in the booth, so you'll have to settle for me. There's Matthew Latifi. He's watching this shifter senior and masters race. He's just getting ready mentally for his junior rock race coming up a little bit later. Let's meet the starting grid for your shifter senior main event here. In the back, in shifter masters, you have Farshad Bargheri, Michelle Legrand, Christian Bartz, Scott Davidson, and pole sitter Victor Jimenez. And then in shifter senior, we see Jason Teddy Alden with Tyler Gilbo, a couple of Northeast drivers making the trip down. Augusto Soto Shrippa and Dominic Legrand make up row number 7. In row 6, it's Munoz and Myers. Don't expect Myers to stay back there for long. Row number 5 sees Nicholas Hargraves and Don Whittington. Row number 4, on the outside, the 414, Mazzafaro, and on the inside, Acosta. Row 3, Mayo Livingston with Cole Mathewson alongside. And then it's Colin Daly and Austin Garrison in row number 2. Your front row will be a star-studded event. Danny Formal on the outside and pole sitter, the 405, getting some love from the McCormicks in Jupiter, Florida. Their friend, Oliver Askew. The grid is set. We go to the field. Visors down, says Cam Egger. Flag goes up. When it goes down, we're racing. Good start for Formal. He's going to hang with Oliver on the outside. He doesn't just hang with him, he beats him to the inside of turn number 1. Hole shot goes to Danny Formal. We saw Formal age an epic battle with Austin Garrison in Homestead last month. Danny Formal takes it to the man himself, Oliver Askew. It's tough to beat Askew off the light, off the flag, off the line, but that's exactly what Formal did. Now Garrison smells blood in the water. Garrison clears Askew with ease as they enter turn number 9. Lap number 1 in the books, and it's Formal, Garrison, Askew, Daly, and then it's going to be in 5th place, the TB cart of Cole Mathewson. How about it, folks? Who thought that Danny Formal was going to smoke Oliver Askew off the flag like that? We're going to give you a phone number here to text, and if you're shocked, text that phone number and let us know if you are as impressed with that move as we all are. Formal leads him down the backside once again. There's Sebastian Montoya. He's walking his dog. Down the front straightaway, lap number 2 in the books. Danny takes a look over the right shoulder. He's got a big gap to 2nd place, Austin Garrison. It's a DR cart up front, piloted by Formal. Then the Tony cart of Garrison and the Burrell of Oliver Askew. Let's take a look at our shifter masters drivers here. Victor Jimenez running well. Wes Boswell, your driver's running fine. Come over here and call this race with me. What do you say? Michelle Legrand one's 2nd. Scott Davidson 3rd. Bargheri up to 4th. And then Christian Bartz in that 5th position. Meanwhile, Oliver Askew, the Jupiter, Florida driver, he goes purple, meaning the quickest lap of the race belongs to Askew, a 35.940. Fastest lap of the race, and it shows as he closes right up on Austin Garrison. They head out of the dog leg down the back straightaway for Mall. 2 cart length lead over Garrison. Garrison 2 cart length lead over Askew. Talk about a big-time field here in Shifter Senior. Colin Daly runs 4th. Cole Mathewson is 5th. Mayo Livingston on the OGP Tony Kart runs 6th. Then it's Juan Acosta in 7th. Don Whittington 8th. Mazzafaro out of PSL karting 9th. And Munoz on the Tech Speed chassis in the 10th position. There's a cool shot right there, ground level of our field as they come flying by down the front straightaway. These shifters are hitting in excess of almost 70 miles an hour. Well, we can take a look, and the speed gun is just past me. They've got the speedometer set up here for our rolling starts. Make sure the drivers are going at a good, reasonable speed. But these shifters, man, they are flying every time they come down that front straightaway. There's Formal. You see them blur by us. So there go our leaders down the back straightaway. Once again, Danny Formal. Let's look at the lap times as they come by here. Formal goes green with a 35.9. Garrison a 36 flat. Askew, the quickest of the three, 35.8. You know, Oliver Askew has been racing the Florida Winter Tour for quite a few years now, and he's been racing against guys like Austin Garrison and Danny Formal. Oliver making the switch from Ocala Grand Prix to PSL karting last season. Austin Garrison, one of his former teammates. We had Morgan Healy in here during the pre-final. Tell us a little bit about Oliver as a driver and as an individual. What an interesting insight that was to hear what someone who used to share tent space, someone who used to share the same air as Oliver Askew. Tell us a little bit about him. Says he's a quiet guy, and it's partly because he's so fast. All right? She says that it plays a little bit of a role in his speed. Yeah, he doesn't mince words. He outruns his words. Yeah, he's running too fast in that go-kart to worry about what he's saying. But Oliver Askew, as these are the words of the one and only Morgan Healy, says that he may be quiet off the track, but on the track, his performance does the talking for him. A bold statement, but not an incorrect statement. Oliver takes a look over the left side, makes an adjustment to the radiator intake, maybe taking a little bit of tape off. I think they've all been planning for it to be a little bit colder here in Ocala than it really has been. And then once they get a ways into these races, they end up having to run a little hot and take some tape off. That was Jason Alden, it looked like, who ran off the track in the switchbacks there on the Praga. I do believe that is Jason Alden. Teddy, as his friends at the Gear Up Challenge call him. Front three, beautiful shot right there as they make their way through the showcase turn. And Danny Formal, he was fast in Homestead. He's been fast in Ocala, and he's on top here finally. I'll tell you what, it was an absolute blast getting to watch Danny race last season with the Florida Winter Tour. But last year in 2015, he was piloting a Rotax Max DD2 kart. And, man, we went to Orlando a year ago back in February, and Danny had one of the most epic battles I've ever had the pleasure of watching with Formula One legend Rubens Barrichello. Danny had an absolute phenomenal run out there, and it was a ton of fun to watch. He's having a great run now. They are starting to close in on lap traffic, as you see. Still 17 laps to go when they get to the line. Formal closing in on Jason Alden. Danny and Alden have raced against each other for quite a few years now. As I mentioned, the Gear Up Challenge, one of the mini series up there in the Northeast where these guys can go compete. So it'll be interesting to see what Alden does here. I believe they are using the black flag here. It looks like they're going to show him the passing flag. I don't know if they're using a black flag at this level or not. So I am corrected, because this is a mixed class of Masters and senior drivers. There will be no black flag shown. Just because some of the Masters drivers may be a touch slower, they're not going to take those guys off. Now, to be fair, Jason Alden is registered as a senior shifter driver, but the point is they will not be using a black flag for lap traffic in this race. Down the front straightaway, Danny Formal out in front. Austin Garrison in second. Oliver Askew in third. Let's take a look at the rest of the field here. Colin Daly, the Jamaican, in fourth. Mayo Livingston, fifth. Cole Mathewson, sixth. Acosta, Whittington, Mazzafaro, and Munoz. Your top 10 here. Formal and Garrison both lay down their best laps of the race to this point. Formal a 35.9. Garrison a 35.8. Askew right there as well with a 35.9. Oliver Askew, his family, becoming a big part of the karting world as Oliver continues to make his climb to cars. His dad, Tony, here this weekend. Big Tony, as I like to call him. I'm Little Tony, he's Big Tony. And Oliver's dad, a big part of the Max Speed operations staff here at the Florida Winter Tour. He's always here early, helping run the tire distribution center, pit parking. Oliver's dad here as a big part of the organizational staff, and it's always an absolute blast to have Big Tony Askew on the road with us. Penny, we miss you. We wish you were here. Come down next weekend for Rotax, and if you're not there, we better see you in West Palm. I hear that's close to your guys' neck of the woods. Tony invited us all over for a slumber party the weekend of West Palm, so you'll have the entire Max Speed staff in Jupiter, Penny. Order pizza. I'm really impressed by Danny Formal. I got to tell you, the guy's been right there on the edge of it all weekend, and, man, he nailed the start. He's the only other driver that I've seen besides Ryan Norberg to get on the off pole for the start of the race, and then when it's time to go and they drop the flag, him nail it, walk around the outside, and score a hole shot right off the green flag here. So, Ryan Norberg, that was impressive what you did. It's been matched. But, of course, the big difference is these guys are doing it from a standing start, whereas Ryan Norberg did it. He was rolling, and I don't know which one is harder. I'm not even going to pretend to comment on that. They're each extremely difficult classes to do something like that in, but it's just awesome to see unique drivers like Danny Formal here in Shifter Senior and Ryan Norberg be able to wheel their karts around the track like this and not just give way down in turn one, but to stay on the outside, to keep their foot in it, to dirt track it around the outside. As my man Bobby Radovoy would say, he was looking high, wide, and handsome as they went through that corner. Folks, you're continuing to watch live coverage of the 2016 Sofina Foods Florida Winter Tour presented by Fixie Wheels. This class brought to you by the Duke Spine Institute. Mr. Duke Medgen stepping up and bringing this class to all of us this weekend, so we sure do appreciate the Duke Spine Institute's help. Sounds like we need drivers of the 144 and the 369 to return transponders to the scales. That is important. So if you're driver number 144 and driver number 369, please check. There should be a little yellow box on your go-kart somewhere, and it's removable. And the nice people at scoring need that little yellow box back. 10 to go here, and Danny Formal checking out half of a second, and it looks to be a lot bigger than that on your monitor as you watch them make their way through turn 3 down to turn 4. Formal wheeling, though, right now. The kid is out front. He's wheeling and he's dealing, okay? Formal just trying to slowly creep away and pick up his first Shifter Senior win of the Florida Winter Tour in 2016. He's 9 laps away. Right now, nothing stands between him, but 2 big factors stand right behind him. Austin Garrison and Oliver Askew. What do they have for Danny Formal here in the waning laps at Ocala? And the shout-outs for Oliver Askew just keep on flooding in here. I got to quit giving my phone number out to his fan club president. Go Oliver, listening in Hobe Sound, Savage Racing. So Oliver Askew has fans all over the state, all over the country. He's got them all over the world. We had Grandma and Grandpa sending us a shout-out from Sweden. We see here we have a shout-out to Morgan Healy. Huh. That can't be right. She's not racing. Shout out to Morgan Healy. Happy Valentine's Day. Love Mom and Dad. So Morgan Healy getting a little bit of a shout out. Morgan moving over from the driver's seat last season to the timing and scoring seat in 2016. Heck, and maybe even the announcer's seat. We've been inundated with texts and messages saying, put Morgan back on the mic. But that's just Tiffin Wilrith. Danny Formal continuing to just drive away. The lead over a half of a second. And the lead, honestly, it looks bigger than that out on the track. Austin Garrison keeping his foot in it, trying to pedal that thing best he can. Farshad Bagheri gets out of the way. He moves his TB cart, which now has put a lap down, out from in front of our leaders. 4 to go here at the line, folks. This race has not been as exciting as one would have hoped, but it's still been a fantastic run. Danny Formal put the bumper in front of Oliver Askew right off the start, and he's going to go wire to wire here if he can just make it around 3 more times when they get to the line. And then a little bit farther back, it looks like there's been trouble in Shifter Masters pole sitter Victor Jimenez with issues. He is 18 laps behind. He ceased to run on lap 7. So that is tough luck for the early pole sitter and pre-final winner, Victor Jimenez. He's going to end up 5th as Christian Birch currently runs 4th. Farshad Bagheri just got put a lap down, but he's still running 3rd in Shifter Masters. Scott Davidson is 2nd, and Michelle Legrand leads the way here. Michelle Legrand sprayed me with champagne at this race a year ago when we crowned our Rock Cup champions. Michelle was standing 3rd on the podium. I was interviewing our champion, and he took his bottle of champagne, aimed it at the champion who was standing on the top of the step, but got me pretty good too. That race, I also broke Morgan Healy's bottle of champagne that she was handed on the 3rd step of the podium. I believe might have been the 2nd step at the end of the Florida Winter Tour last season. Whatever, it's water under the bridge. No one really remembers that anyway. What they're not going to forget, though, for a long time is the move that Danny Formal put on Oliver Askew right off the start. White flag is flying, and Garrison and Askew, I can't believe I'm saying this, but neither one of them have had anything all race for Danny Formal. Oliver's fan club, super sorry about it. The kids drove a great race, and he's coming home with some hardware. When this is all over, he'll have a neat 3rd place trophy. I know it's not what he wants or what you all were hoping for, but he's run a good race. 2nd place on the podium is going to end up being Austin Garrison, but making his way through the last bit of lap traffic, getting the hole shot from the outside of pole. Danny Formal brings the red and blue gloves home for the win. Don Gilbo, how about it, my man? Formal scores the win on the DR kart. What a run there. Look at Cam Ager as he waves those double checkered flags. That kid works out. Look at his back muscles as he waves those checkered flags, folks. You can tell that kid doesn't skip back day. Garrett Potter's walking through the infield. No children should be out on the track by themselves. I'm sure someone will be there to escort him. But look at that. Danny Formal grabs the hole shot from the outside of row number 1 and scores the victory. That unescorted child now walking across the front straightaway. It's just Garrett Potter. Nothing to worry about. Danny Formal with the win. Hey, what do you say we go down there and try to talk to him? I would love to go talk to Danny Formal. So if you're down there at the scale line, tell him to weigh that go-kart, and then he needs to come talk. We're going to go down there and try to talk to your Shifter Senior race winner, Danny Formal, and then maybe we'll get in a word with some of our Micro Rock drivers. Folks, you're watching live coverage of the 2016 Sofina Foods Florida Winter Tour. I'm going to go talk to your race winner, Danny Formal.
The 2016 Sofina Florida Winter Tour. Presented by Fixie Wheels. In partnership with Motorsport.com and Ritmo Mundo.
Check, check. So we've got a little bit of downtime here as our Micro Rock drivers fill in the grid, getting ready for their main event. I'm now joined by our Shifter Senior winner, Danny Formal. Danny, you been hitting the gym?
Trying, I got a little tired at Homestead, and I wasn't going to let that happen again.
Motivation, my man. I like it. That race was kind of boring, but it's because the first corner was super crazy. You did the unthinkable. You went from the outside of row one, put the foot on the floor, dirt tracked it around the outside, and beat Askew out of turn number one. Tell me about that, man.
Yeah, we've been getting great starts all weekend. I've been starting third and going to second, starting third, going to second, and I started sixth, going to third. So I knew I had to get a good launch to beat Oliver in the first corner. He's so quick around here, and it's so hard to pass in a shifter on this track. So, I concentrated, and we got a great launch, and, I saw Oliver on my butt for a couple of laps, and then I looked back, and it was Austin. And me and Austin maintained the same gap almost the whole race, Maybe I opened a little gap at the end, but it was so tight, Super excited to win at Ocala again. I have a curse at this track. Lost 4 Florida Winter Tour Championships in this track. So, very happy to get the win here, and just so happy.
When I saw Ryan Norberg do that and go around the outside in the Senior Rock race, I thought, man, that's the move of the weekend. Nobody's going to beat that. Explain to everybody at home and everybody here listening, how hard is that? I mean, to go from the outside on a very flat corner like turn one is, what do you have to do? How hard is it to make that pass not only work, but stick and hold it?
I drive a lot with my upper body. I've been driving like that for the last 5 years. I got a great launch. I got Oliver and as soon as they went green, I went. He kind of stayed a little back, so we were going side by side, and I kind of cut him over a little bit. Nothing bad. Just got into the inside of him. He had a lift because he would have gone off the track. So I respect him. He's a great driver. He respected me in that start. And I just really toned it. I'm just so happy. And I want to say my whole family's watching back home in Costa Rica, and they've been crazy about this. And I just want to say happy Valentine's Day to my girlfriend, and just go celebrate with the team. The DR was just on rails. My engine, like Reed, did a fantastic job. My power was unreal. Just so happy. Gonna go eat some donuts now.
Yeah, we are going to go eat some donuts, Danny Formal. You said you'd owe me a box. You're buying now because you're the winner. Congratulations, buddy. We'll see you at the podium, okay?
Thanks, Bert.
All right, Danny Formal, your Shifters senior winner. What a great run he had in that main event. Micro Rock is now on the grid. Hey, Connor Zillish, you want to talk for a minute? All right, Connor Zillish, starting in the off-pole position, driver the number 72. Connor, you've been up front a lot this weekend. I've said your name a ton. Just tell me, how's the weekend gone for you personally?
I really think it's a good learning experience for me, and I'm really having fun.
Well, we're having fun watching you. You're starting on the outside of row number 1. Danny Formal, the dude I was just talking to, he won his race because he passed the leader on the outside of turn number 1. Can you do something like that?
Maybe.
Maybe. You think you're going to?
I don't know.
We're going to have to wait and see, right?
Yep.
All right, Connor Zillish, the go-kart looks good, man, racing with Team Felon. You want to say hi to anybody back home or send a Valentine's Day wish to your mom or anybody here at the track?
Everyone's here. My grandpa, my grandma, my mom, my dad. So I guess not.
All right, they're already here for you, man. They're going to want to celebrate with you on the podium. Good luck in this main event, Connor.
Thank you.
All right, Connor Zillish, driver the number 72 Tony Kart. He's starting in the off-pole position. Oliver Denny, you want to talk? Or are you busy? He's busy. All right, he doesn't want to talk. So we're getting ready for Micro Rock main event. They're on the grid. Their main event is coming up next. Talk about a great interview. First off, you got the one and only Danny Formal. Danny getting a shout-out from Oliver Askew's personal fan club down there in Jupiter, Florida. They wanted to tell Danny congratulations on the great race. So, Mr. Formal, the Askew fan club wants to tell you great job. And then, how about that awesome impromptu interview with Connor Zilish, man? What a sharp little dude. That's my first time doing an interview with Connor Zilish, and it did not disappoint. What a sharp little man. That was fun to talk to him. Obviously hoping he has a great run in this race. There's your starting grid, folks. Let's meet him. Jacob Kohler will start 33rd with Frankie Ayadavea and Esteban Jimenez up one row in front of him. Starting 30th will be Nikita Johnson. Watch for that driver to come from the back. Miles Hewitt rolls 29th. Then it's Garvin and Troll in 28th and 27th. 26th is Dyslexy and Jeffers in 25th. Cox and Para line up side by side with Guerra and Mattis in front of them. Starting 20th will be the number 49 Noah Baker with Leon in 19th. 18th, my girl, Paige Crawford. Just like my future ex-wife, Taylor Swift, would say, she's had a little bit of bad luck, but Paige is just going to shake it off here in this main event. Caparelli starts alongside in 17th, and it's Cara Cueto and Juncos 16th and 15th. Fittipaldi and Costa start 14th and 13th. Cirillo and Bueno are row 6. Slater and Cruz are row 5. It's Pastrain and Carr, row 4. Terlecki and Rodriguez, row 3. Fletcher and Leonard, row 2. And then it's Connor Zilish and Oliver Denny in row number 1. Green flag is in the air, and we are off and racing. Connor Zilish gets shuffled out from second place back to third, maybe to fourth when it's all said and done. Most of our Mini Rock drivers make it through those opening 2 corners cleanly, and we're racing. Connor Zilish, there you see him right there. He's going to be in third, I believe, as they make their way out of the switchbacks, as he started in that off-pole position. Yellow flags flying back in turn 4. A few of the back markers getting caught up in some traffic. A few carts getting tangled up. Safety workers run over, remove them from each other. They're going to get back going here, but way off the pace. There you see those 4 drivers as they fire up and roll off. Oliver Denny leads, Anderson Leonard in second. Then you see Zilish in third, Jeremy Fletcher fourth. Lucas Rodriguez is in fifth. As this is the second lap of our Mini Rock Racing. Oliver Denny, the kid's been unstoppable all weekend. He's en route to a perfect weekend here at the Sofina Foods Florida Winter Tour. But what does he got to do before he gets that perfect weekend score? He's got to make it through 20 more laps and be the first guy to that checkered flag. There they go down the back straightaway out of the final corner. Here they come. And watch out, because Connor Zilish didn't have a great start, but he's coming on strong now. Terlecki's going to pull out of the pack and try to get around Fletcher down in 1. Terlecki is there. Terlecki's through. Nicholas Terlecki on the Burrell now up to 4th. Zilish now goes to work on Anderson Leonard. There you see the back of Paige Crawford's helmet as she currently runs in about the 21st position. Don't expect her to stay back there for long, though, folks. We got drivers like Nikita Johnson. That's another one who started way in the back. Nikita already up to 23rd. So unusual names at the back of the pack here, but it's a long micro rock race, and most of these kids are pulling double duty here in February, meaning they will race again next weekend. Now it's going to be Zilish pulling out to make a look, not only for second, but how about the lead? Connor Zilish goes from third to first with some help from Nicholas Terlecki. Zilish, the Team Felon driver. Gary, the kid's wheeling it out there right now. How about it? Zilish just wanted second, but when he got a shove from Terlecki, he said, you know what, why not? Let's let the good times roll. And he let it roll right on through to the top spot. Terlecki takes the Burrell from P3 up to P2 as he shoves Connor Zilish's Tony kart out in front. And you're not going to lose Connor Zilish's go-kart, folks, not in a snowstorm, not anywhere. Now Terlecki wants to put the bright-looking Tony kart to second, and he does with ease. Terlecki now to the point. These Micro Rock kids always put on a great race. And I'll be honest with you, I don't know for certain that Oliver Denny's been out front. Well, actually, I do know that he hasn't led every single lap here. I think it was that Friday I want to say it was the Saturday afternoon heat race, round number 3, that some crazy stuff went on. Denny got shuffled back, but he worked his way to the front and ended up scoring the win. So it's not like the kid's led every single lap and he hasn't had the drive from behind ever. He knows how to do that. As Zilish makes an attempt at the lead, Denny's going to hook up right behind him and shove him through, but can Denny come along for the ride as well? You pay for the price of admission for 1, but 2 get through the door. Oliver Denny now into second. Freight train draft big pack style racing is what we have here in Ocala, Florida. If you watched the Sprint Unlimited at Daytona Superspeedway last night, Denny Hamlin scored the victory, and it was thanks to some smart drafting. And a few of the big names got taken out towards the back. But I don't expect to see too many wrecks in this one. In fact, I think you're going to see all the big names up front, and that's exactly what we have right now. Connor Zilish leads. He comes down to the inside to defend. Oliver Denny in second. Now we have a challenge for third. Terlecki is going to lose that spot to Anderson Leonard. He does. Leonard now up to third spot. Meanwhile, back in 8th place, the number 11 of Brent Cruz goes purple, 41 with a 2-2-1 on the back. Oliver Denny working on Connor Zilish in, now out of turn number 5. The left-hander 6, trying to get that inside rear wheel to hike up a little bit and get the cart to turn. Over the tree turn 7, the dog leg 8. They head down the back straightaway. Terlecki takes a look to the inside in 9 for third place. Terlecki's there, and he's through. Terlecki now into the third position. Jeremy Fletcher sits back and watches as Lucas Rodriguez comes along for the ride. Now Zilish defends. Oliver Denny almost makes hay on the outside. You've got to be careful here when you defend because it's going to hurt your exit speed. It may not kill it, but it's not going to help it. And Connor Zilish already driving a bit defensive. Nothing wrong with it per se. But right now, I'd let the race come to him if I'm Connor Zilish. Stay out front, run your line. And you know what? If Denny can get by you, okay, now you have a carrot to go after and chase. But also, Denny's been insanely fast. If you're the leader, you can control the pace of this race. Zilish comes all the way down to the inside. Denny doesn't even bite. And that's good, honestly, for Oliver Denny. But just as I say that, Denny starts to get a little bit of a challenge from Nicholas Terlecki. Terlecki in third, Anderson Leonard fourth, Jeremy Fletcher in fifth, and then in sixth it's going to be Rodriguez. Cruz in seventh, Slater, Carr, and Pastrain. The top 10, they're all over each other. They come out of 6, down the short chute for 7. The big tree turn now over the dog leg in 8. We look out our window. Connor Zilish, man. The plan, he said, was to get out front early, and that's exactly what he's done. He comes all the way back down to the inside. Oliver Denny doesn't even bite. A little bit farther back, Anderson Leonard makes a move on the inside of Terlecki. And again, it's a 2-cart swing as Leonard goes after third from Terlecki and, boom, gets second from Oliver Denny. A few carts get together on the backside there. One of the carts in that lead group gets dropped off the track in between turns 3 and 4. I'm not positive who it was. I don't want to say who I think it was until they come by again. There you see your top 3. Zilish, now Leonard in second, Jeremy Fletcher in third. Around the carousel, the showcase turn. Fletcher now takes a look on the inside of Anderson Leonard. There's no lack of passing here, and it was Terlecki. Terlecki was the driver involved in that incident off of 3, heading into 4. Ran wide, dropped a wheel in the dirt, and it hurt him. He falls from second and third place all the way down. He must have lost a chain. We've lost him on the running order. He's down to 24th last time by. Oh, man, you hate to see that. Not only for the kid, and he continues to fall. Yeah, his race is done unless he can get that chain back on or whatever it was. Terlecki's race is over. There he goes by. I think he just went by in 28th. He's off. Nope, Terlecki is off. Oh, man, not only do you hate that for the young driver, that's a heck of a way to go out, but you hate it for the quality of the race, man. Nicholas was up there battling, getting it on with these guys, and really making an entertaining race. That makes you sick to see Terlecki have problems like that, but sometimes that's how the cookie crumbles, as Bruce Almighty would say. But don't worry, folks. Terlecki will live to fight another day, and he'll be back again very soon. Of that, I have no doubt. We're coming down to see 10 to go. Fletcher's starting to get antsy. He wants to find a way around Leonard, but the more these two kids fight against each other, the better it's looking for Connor Zilish. That time at the line, Zilish's lead a slim 0.2 of a second, and Leonard comes on like gangbusters down the front straightaway. He's all over Connor's back bumper. Anderson Leonard piloting the Bennick card. It's Zilish and Fletcher on the pair of Tonys. Oliver Denny, it's Bennick. So it goes Tony Kart in the lead, Bennick in second, Tony Kart in third, Bennick in fourth, Bennick in fifth. I talked about this with Chris Wheeler in the mini rock race. Ben and Nick, that's where the chassis name comes from. Those guys have found the magic sauce. They have found the secret setup when it comes to getting these young drivers, mini and micro-aged kids around the track, man, because if you show up with anything but a Tony Kart or a Bennick these days to a mini rock or micro rock race, you're going to be taking a knife to a gunfight, it almost seems like. Your top 5 are all either on Tony Karts or Bennicks, and then as we look farther down, you have Brandon Carr on a Bennick, Brent Cruz on an OTK. That's the company who makes Tony Kart, Rodriguez Bennick, Pastrain Tony, and Cirillo Tony. Top 10 are all Tony Karts or Bennicks, and then it's not until Leandro Yuncos do we see a non-Bennick or Tony Kart chassis, I believe. And then Miguel Costa runs 13th on a Burrell. Noah Baker and Nikita Johnson are on Tony Kart and FAs. Paige Crawford runs 17th behind Emo Fittipaldi, who's 16th. Elliot Cox, 18th. Schroll and Leone round out your top 20 here. The front 3 now become the front 4 as Connor Zilish leads. Anderson Leonard and Jeremy Fletcher continue to fight. Pole sitter Oliver Denny catches back up to the fray. And then right behind him in 6th place, it's that's Freddie Slater. Fight for position. Oliver Denny getting after it now. Denny runs 4th. He's trying to make something happen with Fletcher in 3rd. Denny gets a good run off the final corner. They head down the front straightaway. Denny pulls out of the draft alongside Fletcher. No, Fletcher shuts the door on him. Still over 6 laps remaining. They just saw 7 at the line. Denny now to the inside of 4 on Fletcher. He's through, and he's got it. Good move right there by Oliver Denny. Jeremy Fletcher now falls to 4th. Denny up to 3rd. Anderson Leonard in 2nd. All Connor Zilish wants is Oliver Denny to get up there and start battling with Anderson Leonard. That is what will help Connor Zilish big time. Denny to the inside. Not much of a battle there. Denny clears him with ease. Boy, Mal, that's the exact opposite of what Connor Zilish wanted, because there was no fighting. There was no Mickey Mouse. There was no side-by-side battling. There was just Oliver Denny throwing it down and picking it up in the 2nd position. Connor Zilish can hear the Jaws theme song playing behind him now as Oliver Denny hot on his trail. 5 to go at the line, folks. Wherever you're at right now here at Ocala Grand Prix, you need to get somewhere where you can watch these last 5 laps. And if you're at home watching, stop doing anything else. Get off MySpace, okay, and watch this battle. 5 to go. Here we go. Zilish brings them way down to the inside. Denny starts to follow, and then it's a fight for 3rd as Leonard tries to fend off Freddie Slater. Where did Slater come from? He is the fastest driver on the track, 41.216. He came from a cannon. That's where he came from. Connor Zilish, man, he's got to play this right. Oh, man, Denny doesn't even waste any time. He's through. Oliver Denny to the lead in turn number 5. Connor Zilish has led this race the entire way. It's felt like it, but Oliver Denny shows up with 4 laps to go here. What does Zilish do, though? This race, it's not over. Not by a long shot. Zilish pulls out. Denny defends slightly. It's a clean move, but Zilish sucks right back up to the back bumper of Oliver Denny. Folks, you need to walk out of your tent. You need to leave your pit space. You need to watch this race, because I can tell you right now, it's going to be a lot funner to watch it than to hear me describe it. Denny now through the switchbacks. Zilish in 2nd. Anderson Leonard in 3rd. Everybody is up on the fence line here on the front straightaway. Your front 6, nose to tail, as they come over the dog leg to see 3 laps to go. Denny this time by. Let's see what the lead is at the stripe. Last time it was 0.6 of a second. Will it grow or will it shrink? Zilish pulls out of the draft. Denny knows he's going there. It's only 1/10 of a second. Zilish hard on Denny's trail. Anderson, Leonard, Freddie, Slater, Brent, Cruz fill out that top 5. And then you got Fletcher in 6. That's that lead pack coming through the switchbacks now. They come over turn 6. They set up for the right-handers 7. Folks in the grandstand standing in anticipation. Here they come down the back straightaway into the sweeper one more time. Cameron Egger's going to show them the sticks. 2 to go here in Micro Rock. They're the youngest drivers here this weekend, but they're putting on one of the biggest shows. Last time by Denny, a 41.34. Zilish, a 41.37. The gap less than 0.2 of a second. Zilish not out of it, not by a long shot. And we've also got some big players behind them. Slater, Leonard, Brent, Cruz in the mix. Out of the back sector of the track, they head for 7, now 8. Lap traffic ahead of them, but they're not going to be a problem. Zilish has only 9 corners left to go. In and out of the sweeper. White flag in the air. 1 lap remaining. Zilish wants to make something happen as they go down the straightaway. Denny defends way down to the inside of the tram lane. They roll through 1. Oliver Denny knows Connor Zilish is there, and this is Denny's race to lose. Zilish can make a move at any time. He's going to look on the inside of 4. No. Denny defends. Let's see how that affects his exit speed. Denny slides wide in 4. Zilish is there. The track goes back to Denny's favor, though. They head out of 5 to 6. Did Denny use up too much right there? Zilish on his back bumper. Out of 7 to 8. They're not going to get to the lap traffic in time. It's up to these 2 to sort it out. Denny defends. Zilish is going to make contact. They get together in 9. No harm, no foul. Denny over the right shoulder. He wins it. Folks, are you not entertained? Oliver Denny. Nick, are you stoked right now? What about that? Welcome to the Florida Winter Tour, folks. Well, we'll say the whole seat, but you only need the edge when it comes to Micro Rock racing. That was awesome. Bennick, folks, how about that win? Oliver Denny holds off a hard-charging Connor Zilish for the win. Freddie Slater's going to stand on the podium in 3rd, while Brent Cruz rallies to 4th, Jeremy Fletcher 5th, so not a bad day for Team Felon. Pastrane is 6th, Leonard 7th, Rodriguez 8th, Carr and Johnson round out your top 10. I told you, don't expect Nikita Johnson to stay back there for long. Miguel Costa is 11th, with Victor Sorello in 12th, Noah Baker 13th, Fittipaldi and Caparelli round out your top 15. Juncos 16th, Troll 17th, Elliott Cox, 18th, Bueno and Pera, your top 20. Leon, 21st. Frankie Ayadavea, 22nd. Jeffers, Hewitt, and my girl, Paige Crawford, round out your top 25. What about it, folks? Micro Rock. No way it can get better than that, right? It's not going to get any more entertaining. The racing, we might as well go home. Oh, wait. Junior Rock is coming up next in 10 minutes. We will send Junior Rock drivers out on the track. But what do you say we go talk to a few of them? Matias Ramirez, the Orlando brothers. I'm coming for you. We're going to talk to a few of our Junior Rock drivers and maybe even Oliver Denny. Maybe he'll want to talk now that he is a Florida Winter Tour race winner in Ocala. So we're down here getting ready for our Junior Rock main event. It's the last main event of the day, and we're going to save the best for last, honestly. Matias Ramirez was begging to do an interview as soon as he saw me come down here. He wasn't really. He wants to be in the zone and he wants to focus. But, Matias, you don't need to focus, man. You've been running so well all weekend. There's not much to worry about. It's just get out there and do it. How have you guys been so fast this weekend? Tell me about it.
Well, for one, it's our own track, but honestly, it hasn't been that easy. Having the Deer Orlandos, they've been right there the whole entire time. Not making it that easy on me. Haven't letting me go and giving me a real hard fight in every single session on the track.
They have made it a really hard fight, and you bring up a good point. Tell me about what it's like to race against not just Kuna USA teammates or whatever, but, I mean, these guys are brothers. So what's it like racing against the both of them and knowing that whatever you do to one of them, there's going to be another one right there?
It's exactly what you just said. It's like a 2 versus 1, and they've each got their own back. But I was put in that situation with Stingray last year, and I think I can overcome it, just me by myself.
I think you can as well. You're running very well. You said it. It's the home track. You got the name right there on your suit. Anybody you maybe want to thank or give a shout-out to for the speed this weekend?
Oh, yeah, of course. I'd like to thank Georgia Orlano from Ocala Grand Prix, Nate Rendell, Mike and Alex Speed for engine support, and everyone under the OGP tent.
All right, and last but not least, who are you sending your Valentine's Day wish to this weekend?
I don't have one.
What about Maddie Yeager? What about Maddie? Not even Maddie? Seriously? Okay. I guess you don't have a Valentine's Day shout-out. So thanks for the interview. I know it was really painful for you, but you did a great job, okay? And if you win, you do know that if you win this thing, we're going to have to do this again, right?
No.
Oh, we're gonna, okay? Matias Ramirez, good luck, buddy. Have fun out there.
Thank you.
Matias Ramirez, the kid loves talking into a microphone. He is your Junior Rock pole sitter. That's a D'Orlando next to him. Nicholas D'Orlando, you want to say anything? You want to talk? No, he's got the visor down. If you do, I can't bring the mic. It doesn't reach, man. Adam Johnson, I love it. The tuners are cheering the kids on to come talk. Michael D'Orlando. Brothers, when are we going to have this chance again? Come here. Let's get this on camera. Come here. Okay, you're right here. Michael, you come over here. Okay. All right. Matias Ramirez says racing against the D'Orlando sisters has been really difficult. Why do you think that is?
Well, we've been pushing all weekend, and we've made a few mistakes, and we've been pushing up there, and I felt like this is going to be a great weekend, and it's going to be a good race. Well, racing at Matias's home track, it's going to be kind of rough, so we'll see how it turns out.
Are you nervous? You're messing with that neck collar pretty hard.
Yeah, I'm a bit nervous.
That's all right. Nerves are good. Young D'Orlando, you've had a great run this weekend. You found the speed you lost in Miami. How have you guys gotten so fast this week?
I think we just started to figure it out when we first got here. Just a lot of laps and we just a lot of practice, and we just got the hang of it. I feel like we just found speed.
All right, now both of you, come here. Tell your mom, look into that camera and tell your mom Happy Valentine's Day because she's watching back in New York, okay?
Happy Valentine's Day, Mom.
All right, the D'Orlando brothers are getting ready to go. Junior Rock on the grid. Coming up next. So talk about some top-notch interviews down there on the grid. Matias Ramirez, it's like pulling teeth. But the D'Orlando boys, man, they don't mind talking every once in a while, and that's good because the three of those drivers are going to make this one heck of a race. I said it during that Micro Rock race, folks, but if you're here at OGP, this is it. This is the last race of the day. It's the last race of the weekend. If you're not on the fence line or you're not somewhere where you can see this last race, you will regret it. Get in the grandstands, fill it up. We got a bunch of folks down here on the turn one side of the grandstands. They're getting ready to do the wave, it looks like, as they get ready for this first race. I think they're going to start the wave here any second. Yeah, they're one. Okay, not bad. Quick announcement before we get into it. We have a Dodge 3500 Brown Georgia tags BMY 0805 that needs to be moved immediately. Again, we have a vehicle that is parked in the way of people getting out. Dodge 3500 Brown Georgia tags BMY 0805. You need to move that car, and then you need to get somewhere where you can see this race, folks. It's time for the last main event of the weekend here in Ocala. Matias Ramirez and Nicholas D'Orlando are going to bring them down. Michael D'Orlando and Tyler Gonzalez make up row number 2. Then it's Ryan McDermott and Nicholas Sanchez in row 3, while Gabriel Petrul and Zach Hollingshead make up row number 4. Row 5 sees Antonio Saravalli in 9th and Jet Noland in 10th. That top 10 and many more Junior Rock drivers are getting ready to do battle for the final time here in Ocala. It's the second round of the Sofina Foods Florida Winter Tour. It's been a long week and a great racing, Chris Wheeler. We're going to do it one more time. The leaders make their way into the tramlines. Cameron Egger, let's go racing. Down in 1, Matias Ramirez does a great job. Boy, D'Orlando is going to get shuffled way out on the outside, and we got a big pile up down in turn 1. 4 carts, maybe 3. Yeah, 3 in the barriers, 1 in the dirt. They all are going to get back and rolling here. That's the messiest turn 1 we've had all weekend, I'm proud to say. Up front, Matias Ramirez did exactly what he said he was going to do, hold the lead from the pole and drive off. Well, he's trying to do the drive off part now. They come through the tree turn, over the dog leg in 8. D'Orlando wants to take a look on the inside. No, not close enough. Off the final corner, down the straightaway. We're 1 lap into it, and Matias Ramirez is showing the way, Chris Wheeler.
So yesterday we saw Matias Ramirez give it up, getting into turn number 1, 2 laps in a row to Michael D'Orlando, and I do not think that'll be something he allows to happen here today. Also, in that incident was Matthew Latifi, and I believe another driver just saw go by, trying to figure out who it just was. Meanwhile, we got a battle up front. McDermott goes to second. Now Gonzalez coming through. So this is just letting Matias Ramirez drive away.
Boy, D'Orlando's dropping like a stone right now, unfortunately. First it was McDermott for second over in turn 4, and then it's going to have been Tyler Gonzalez getting around Michael D'Orlando through the infield for third place. Michael now runs 4th. Nicholas all the way back in 7th after a subpar start at the flag. Folks, it's a long one here. 30 laps for these Junior Rock drivers. We're off and rolling. Matias Ramirez out in front. He went purple last time by. Quickest driver on the track, 38.337. Then you have Ryan McDermott, a 38.74. With Tyler Gonzalez back there in 3rd as well. Big field of Junior Rock drivers, 24 total. Took the green flag. Few guys got together at the start, but everybody mostly off and rolling here. Zach Hollingshead has a little bit of trouble, drops all the way back down to 20th here as we work. Lap number 4 is what we're on right now. There's a good look at about 3rd, 4th, and 5th, I believe. It's going to be Gonzalez, D'Orlando, Nolan, and Petrul. Jet Nolan out of the PK Sport Tent. He's having a good run of it here early. There you see him, that red and white livery go-kart. Livery's a fancy European word for paint scheme, Chris.
Yes, it is. Meanwhile, the livery out front, the Ocala Grand Prix Tony Kart. So Matias Ramirez rocking and a-rolling out there.
How come you can make the pun and I can't?
Because I make it sound a lot better than you do.
Okay. Fair enough. So as Matias Ramirez, boy, getting him to want to do an interview is tough, and I get it. The kid's in the zone, but I joked with him during that interview. I said, you don't really need to worry about it, man. You don't need to focus on much. Just go out and do it. And he admitted to us, Chris, he said it's not that easy. The D'Orlando brothers have been very tough to go up against, and I get it. I believe it. It's got to be tough to go head-to-head with those kids, but he's not having to worry about it now as you see the D'Orlando's mired quite a ways back now. Michael in third, and where we got Nicholas, Chris?
Nicholas, big problems here. Looks like no power.
Oh,
he was trying to drive. He's now pulled off here on the front stretch. Disappointing way to end the weekend. That young man has come leaps and bounds in his junior program since the season opener a month ago in Homestead, Miami. And unfortunately, he's not going to end it on the note that he wanted to. Deserved better for the efforts he'd put in this week. So not sure what the issue is. You saw tons of smoke. Possibly an expiration in the power plant as he peels off to the infield.
It's too bad to see him. You hate to see the kid who started so high up, no matter who it is. When you work all weekend to get a front row starting spot like Nicholas did, Chris, that's a heartbreaker, and sometimes it's just going to happen in racing. But as we talked about with Terlecki in that micro rock race, he'll be back to fight another day. Meanwhile, Michael D'Orlando getting physical. Let's get physical with Tyler Gonzalez as they fight for the fourth position.
Well, last time by, Michael D'Orlando went purple, fastest man of the race, 37.750. Had a lot of momentum over there in the 3-4 complex. Was not able to get it to stick. But that's how the cookie is crumbling right now in the final for those two brothers.
And you can see him right there, Nicholas D'Orlando at the top of your screen, up and out of the cart and sitting in our starter Cameron Egger's chair. Not the seat he wanted to be in for this race, I imagine.
Definitely not. Meanwhile, back onto the racetrack. Ramirez, fastest lap of his race. Last time by, 37.784. So Ramirez trying to copy Kyle Kirkwood's Ocala Grand Prix efforts. Rolling along.
Michael D'Orlando takes a look to the inside of turn number one as he goes to work on Tyler Gonzalez. Good move there, and the pass sticks. That's going to put Michael D'Orlando onto the podium provisionally as they run right now. The only thing is they still have over 20 laps of racing still to go here, Chris. 30 laps is a long race for these young kids.
It is a long race from the physical aspect, the mental aspect, as well as the setup aspect. So we'll find out soon enough who had the low pressures, who did the homework. Ramirez at the stripe, now McDermott, now D'Orlando. Ramirez purple again. 37.721. McDermott 37.85, 37.81 for D'Orlando. Ramirez out to a 1 second advantage.
Matias Ramirez not letting the fact that he's out to an early lead damper him at all. 37.7, as Chris said earlier. The kid is hustling that OGP Tony card around the track here that he knows oh so well. Matias is digging. Let's see what the lap times look like here. 37.6. The kid gets even quicker. McDermott a 37.8. Michael D'Orlando a 37.7. Gonzalez and Nolan round out your top five. And I have a feeling we'll talk about this a little bit more at the end of the race. But I got to give a tip of the cap to Ryan McDermott. The little dude, man, he's one of the most social drivers you're going to meet here on the road when we travel for racing. But it's not the situation where you need to worry about him not focusing, man. McDermott gets in the cart, and when the helmet finally goes on and the visor slaps down, the kid's all business. He knows what he's doing. But I can guarantee you he's doing it with a big smile on his face, just like how he does everything else. McDermott has come on super strong here in 2016. He was not really much of a factor throughout most of 2015, certainly at the Winter Tour. That should be the case. But here, man, in 2016, he drove phenomenally at the Rotax portion of the Winter Tour last month in Homestead, Miami. Qualified on pole and did a great job through the heats and then ended up on the podium in Junior Max last month in Homestead. And he's doing phenomenal here in Junior Rock in Ocala. Ryan McDermott, you got to give that young man some serious consideration these days when you pack up and come to a track. If you know he's on the entry list, you better pack your lunch because the kid is going to take you to school, and he's going to really make you work. Matias Ramirez's lead over Ryan McDermott is about 2 seconds. It's nearly that. We'll see what it is at the line. We near the halfway point, 30 laps long. 15 plus 15 is 30 laps. That's some max speed math brought to you by my iPhone's calculator. So when we get to 15 laps remaining, you'll know we've reached the halfway point. Tyler Gonzalez doing everything he can to work on Michael D'Orlando and catch back up to him. Really heartbreaker for little Nicholas to have the engine issues that it looks like he is having, or looks like he has had, as he sits in the infield and watches his brother fight for a podium position here. The race monitor may need to update here. It's going to show you that, there's no third place at all. Let's see what they do here. Ryan McDermott's going to come across the line in second. There's D'Orlando into third, Gonzalez fourth. And then Jet Noland, also another driver who we haven't talked about a lot lately, but he's running out of that PK sports tent, getting some really solid driver coaching and obviously getting worked on that kart very well by the PK mechanics. Jet Noland having a good run here. Solid top 5 is what he's working on. Gabriel Patrul is 6th. Pedro Goulart is 7th. Pedro Lopes, Michael Stevens, and Anthony Zappone run out the top 10. Boy, the announcer's booth just got a lot better smelling, and that's even considering that Chris Wheeler just walked in. Chris, we're watching Matias Ramirez continue to run away. The lead over McDermott, 2.8 seconds now as we've reached the halfway point.
Yeah, Ramirez just continues to stretch it out here. Look at monitor, 37.5 for Ramirez. McDermott, 37.9, 37.7 for D'Orlando. So D'Orlando should have time, hopefully. If he just keeps knocking off these laps to get to the back of Ryan McDermott, get back in front of him, take that second spot. As they head off the showcase corner, Ramirez crosses the stripe, 14 to go. I got to say, I had to step out for a minute. My fiance at home sent heart-shaped pizzas to myself and the Kuna USA staff today for Valentine's Day. So big thanks, honey. Appreciate it. All the guys do. I know you're listening at home right now, and can't wait to see you next weekend.
I got to get me a fiance.
Good luck, Tony.
Heart-shaped pizzas. If that's not what love is, I don't want to know what it is. Meanwhile, back at the front, Matias Ramirez is just strolling out there. The lead over 3 seconds, and it's not shrinking, you guys. Ramirez doing a phenomenal job, and I can't stress how difficult of a time I'm having focusing on this race with the smell of fresh pizza right behind me.
Well, I don't know what to say. Honestly, I'm kind of the most difficult part of my job, Tony Laporta, is obviously the proud moments of working with Kuna USA on a full-time basis, and then fun being able to come over here and join you. But I got to tell you, moments like this, when you've had 2 drivers so fast all weekend long, not have the final that you wish, it just kind of takes the wind out of your sail. The only thing I have keeping me going now is the thought that Michael D'Orlando can and will run down the 216. 37.8 to a 37.5, so he's faster. That gap now down to 0.8 of a second for the second place position. And Tony Laporta, it's about all I got going for me in life right here. The battle for second.
Well, and heart-shaped pizza.
I'm fat, Tony. I don't really need any more heart-shaped pizza. It was more about the gesture. But I appreciate the support here, guys.
You have someone who loves you, Chris, at the end of the day, which is more than we have going for us.
Well, and according to all the people sending in messages, I've got a lot of people that love me.
Oh, you do. You do. That is for certain. As we are nearing the end, 10 to go when they get back to the line next time. Matias Ramirez, 3.8 seconds. You wonder what the gap will be here finally. The kid is just pouring it on. I mean, he's an absolute machine right now, Chris. He's not missing a single mark. He's not missing a single braking zone. That Mike speed power is coming on perfectly. And Matias Ramirez is just having his way with the field right now in our Orsalon Racing Junior Rock category.
Ramirez definitely strong out in front. We knew he was going to be fast, but this is just on a whole new level. But I'm still watching this battle for second place as they cross the stripe. 37.7, McDermott runs his fastest lap, but 37.5 for D'Orlando. His fastest lap. Same lap, Ramirez goes purple, 37.4. So the battle for second now down to 0.4 of a second, and D'Orlando is there. People sometimes think that maybe I'm a little too biased, but I really don't care. For those of you that don't know the amount of work and effort that goes into running a program that runs at the front, kind of can wreck your nerves at times as they head off into turn number 1. Tony Laporta, you did dabble a bit here in the mechanic side of karting. What were some of the key lessons you learned?
Wow. That's going back in the old memory banks there, Chris. I have no idea who told you that. But I have dabbled in the mechanical side of things. And I've learned all kinds of things, like if the chain tension seems a little tight and the gears don't look aligned, don't send them out on track like that. That's a great way to break a crankshaft.
So D'Orlando to the bottom. McDermott, nothing there. Thinks better of it. Knows he's still got 7 to go. This time by on the stripe. McDermott now going to run to the bottom of the track, defend that position.
I have to wonder, Chris, are you asking my mechanical advice because Kuna USA is preparing to offer me a position under the tent?
I had a phrase just pop in my head, Tony Laporta, and it's not suitable for air.
You can tell me afterwards. Yeah, we're not sanctioned by the FCC.
Well, I know the folks at Max Speed would expect me to know better. So D'Orlando literally pushing McDermott around the racetrack, going to try and cross him.
Oh, wow.
Little bump and run, but that's what happens when you drive like that. Here comes Gonzalez, though, down to the bottom of D'Orlando. He's going to break it up. So Gonzalez flying wingman here for McDermott. Then it's going to be Jet Nolan. Jet Nolan, a kid with tons of potential.
Absolutely.
The kid has done a fantastic job, had some unfortunate issues in Homestead, which was disappointing, but it's part of it.
Yeah, Jet Nolan running really well right now, and Michael D'Orlando got super aggressive as he gave Ryan McDermott a shot in the back bumper halfway through turn number 9, and that slowed both of them down. And what did that do? It allowed Tyler Gonzalez to catch right up there, and then a lap ago in the corner they're heading to, Gonzalez went right down to the inside just as he's about to do to McDermott. Gonzalez got the pass on D'Orlando, and he gets the pass on McDermott. We have an OGP 1-2 here at the home track. Ramirez leads it, and now Ramirez is in second, but no, he's not. Gonzalez is going to lose the spot to McDermott. Gonzalez gives McDermott a shot, and it's an old-fashioned four-way party as they are fighting for the second spot on the podium. It's McDermott, D'Orlando, Gonzalez, and Jet Nolan. Chris, Jet Nolan's going to go from nearly looking outside the top 5 to he's battling for not just a step on the podium, the runner-up position if things go his way.
And now his teammate Gabriel Petrulli is going to put his name in the fight as they head through turn number 1 again.
That just goes to show you, if you're in Jet Nolan's position, you can never give up. As long as the motor's still running and the green flag is flying, you have a chance at a really solid finish. Michael D'Orlando puts the pressure on Ryan McDermott as they come through the switchbacks. Now out of 6, they head for the tree turn. McDermott takes a look over his shoulder, runs it a little narrow, but he kills his exit speed. That allows D'Orlando to come up on the outside. D'Orlando's gets it, and he brings Gonzalez with him. They are all over each other. 3 wide.
Unbelievable move.
Jet
Unbelievable. And you know what? I really shouldn't say what I want to say right here. I'm just going to bite my tongue, Tony. Thanks for having me in the booth. I'm going to head back to the pits. But you, sir, you're going to do a fine job bringing it home.
Jet Nolan, Ryan McDermott, Gonzalez, and Michael D'Orlando got together as they went through turn number 9, and that is unfortunate. It breaks up what was a really great race. We'll see how they run when they get back to the line here. Matias Ramirez looking solid as his lead is huge and only growing. They should see 2 to go next time by at the line. Gonzalez now up to second. Petrulli was the beneficiary of all that noise in turn 9. Petrulli third, Pedro Goulart fourth, Jet Nolan in 5th. As we see Ryan McDermott dropping way down the running order. And I look now for Michael D'Orlando, who was also involved in that situation. D'Orlando runs 10th. And Ryan McDermott 17th. Wow. Yeah, as you can understand, folks, Chris Wheeler is associated with Kuna USA, and he has a lot invested in the D'Orlando brothers. So when something negative goes on, he gets a bit upset, and he was obviously not a big fan of the pass there in turn 9. And I'm not going to make a comment on it either. Jet Nolan made a decision to go for a pass there. And regardless of what you think of it, whether it was the right move or not, it unfortunately didn't work out for not only him, but 2 other drivers as well who are having great races, Michael D'Orlando and Ryan McDermott. I also, like Chris, do my best to not be partial, and I do my best not to pull for any one driver over another. But it is upsetting to see 2 kids who are having a great, clean fight, to see that get broken up. Again, I'm not an official. I don't make the penalty calls. I don't make the decisions. But it will be interesting to see what those who do make those decisions have to say about that battle for 3rd and 4th place. This race is winding down. White flag is going to fly when that kid right there gets to the line. 1 lap remaining. Matias Ramirez could literally shut the cart off and coast, I feel like, to the finish line. He's got his finger up in the air. Checkered flags are going to fly. Matias Ramirez, he dabs. He dabs, folks. Too bad that didn't work for Cam Newton in the Super Bowl. That overpaid joke. The Denver Broncos took it to him. I'm sorry, that's the Coloradoan in me coming out. I'm glad Matias Ramirez is better at dabbing than Cam Newton is. Hopefully Matias Ramirez will at least speak to the media after he dabbed. Unlike Mr. Newton. I don't know. But the kid gets an impressive win after an absolutely wild race here in Junior Rock. Some people are going to be happy. Some people aren't. When the dust settles, we'll let you know who finishes where. I'm hesitant to start calling results because I think we're going to see some protests here. But let's tell you how they came across the line. Matias Ramirez dominates and drives through an 8.8 second win. That one is not up for contest. He's your winner. Tyler Gonzalez ends up in second, so it's an OGP 1-2 here at OGP. Gabriel Petrulli finishes third with Jet Nolan, the PK Sports driver, just missing the podium by 1 spot in fourth. Pedro Gouliart rounds out the top 5. Pedro Lopes finishes 6th with Max Hewitt in 7th. Zappone 8th. Michael D'Orlando ends up 9th after an epic battle inside the top 3. Michael Stevens finishes 10th with Jose Alvarado in 11th. And Antonio Saravalli, Lachlan DiFrancesco, Joseph Galino, and Zach Hollingshead rounding out your top 15. Obviously, that race is subject to the review of the officials, and we will see what happens next here. But what I can tell you is Matias Ramirez dominated on his way to the victory. And you know what that means, Matias? You're going to have to do another interview here shortly. But we'll save that one for the podiums when we get there. Nicholas D'Orlando is getting picked up on the trailer. You hate to see that. What a wild Junior Rock race to end it here for us this weekend in Ocala, folks. As the staff comes in off the track, just a few closing thoughts from me as they start to clean up the track here. You can see Nicholas D'Orlando getting loaded up. We're going to need Dominic Tesoro to please return his transponder. So Dominic Tesoro, please find that little yellow box and return it. But as we start to pack the trailers up, the Rock Cup drivers who are done here in Ocala this weekend, a lot of great racing. I think everybody would agree. Very good racing here in the second round of the Sofina Foods Florida Winter Tour portion of the Rock Cup portion of the Florida Winter Tour. Ocala Grand Prix playing a great host to Max Speed and all of its racers here this weekend. We sure appreciate all of the hardworking OGP staff. Our track staff here, the Max Speed travel team, doing a phenomenal job as always. Of course, you can't forget the rest of the team, the tech guys, the registration girls, the steward's office, our timing and scoring department, and everybody else here who walks around in a Max Speed shirt. The important people, unfortunately, are the ones we're going to talk about today. Everybody here on the Max Speed staff doing a phenomenal job. Thanks again to our sponsors, Sofina Foods, Fixie Wheels, Motorsport.com, and Ritmo Mundo. And let's end on a happy note, folks. It's still Valentine's Day here in Central Florida. We hope you've enjoyed your afternoon with us. To everybody watching live on the broadcast, thank you so much for tuning in. Chris Wheeler, you left your jacket in here. For Chris, I'm Tony Laporta saying happy Valentine's Day, everybody. Go tell someone you love them. We'll be back in 4 days for the Rotax portion of the Florida Winter Tour. For Chris Wheeler, I'm Tony Laporta. Happy Valentine's Day, everybody.
The 2016 Safina, Florida Winter Tour. Presented by Fixed Wheels. In partnership with Motorsport.com and Ritmo Mundo.
Yours, look for it on eBay. And then also we have that vehicle that still needs to be moved. It's a Dodge Brown. It's a Brown Dodge 3500 Georgia tags BMY 0805. Ocala Grand Prix staff moved. If that vehicle is not moved in the next